All right. Yeah, okay. It's working. Cool. I was really worried about that for a second there because OBS kept dying. But only because it didn't want me to embed my chat for reasons. I don't know. It was being weird. Ghost Hawk's already here? That's impressive. And I don't have my chat up on my iPad so that I can actually see what's going on. And it says I'm offline. But I know I'm not offline. You know what? Matter of fact, my dashboard says I'm offline too. Cool. You guess you were already ready. Did you watch the preview earlier? Because, yeah, we were watching that, and I was honestly disappointed in a lot of it. But we did get... Ooh, that is warm. That is warm, and that is foaming. Okay. Yeah, I was watching it. Like I said, I was disappointed by a lot of what was there. Because it just... Yeah, underwhelming. Mechanicus for Heresy, that's nice to see. Mechanicum. Guess it's technically Mechanicum when you're talking about Heresy. You more into frame so y'all can see that I'm actually doing stuff over here. Yeah. No, I liked the one with the frickin' the plasma artillery cannon on its back. I absolutely loved that thing. I mean, we got there's servitors, but like I said, the big bot with the big plasma cannon, that was what attracted me. I really hope that somebody makes an STL of that so I can bolt it onto my Chaos Knights whenever I start doing those. Because I 100% want that shit. Yeah, I was also really disappointed to see like multiple layers of freaking Gene Stealers. Like, not only are they coming out with new Gene Stealer for 40k, but they're coming out with Gene Stealer for Necromunda. Like, I liked the other models that were coming out for Necromunda. I don't remember what they were called, but I really like those models. They really speak to me. But I like big bulky things like that. Even though I struggle to paint them. The background is interesting for the Necromunda group. Yeah, I agree. Like bombing a whole city and they're slightly twisted and all that. Hey, CMP. We're just talking about the showcase from earlier. Yeah, like I said, I like the story is interesting in that, like, their signal to the Tyranid fleets is mutated, so the Tyranids want to stay away from Necromunda. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but the Imperium's still going to want to come in and deal with this. If it gets to them, they'll still come in and exterminate us. Like, that's a thing. I have sisters, but not sure I need the jump troops and an exorcist. I thought she was a canoness. Was she an exorcist? Did I read that wrong? I thought it was a canoness with jump pack. Okay. I've never really liked the sisters models. The box comes with 15 jumps also. Oh my god, does it really? I didn't look at the actual boxes because I don't agree with the new army boxes that GW is doing, but that's just probably me being a cynic. But I've never really liked the sisters models anyways. Like, I like the idea of having, like, your female Space Marines, since that's essentially what they are. I I've just never liked the models themselves. They've always been... There's always been a wrongness of them to me. I can't really put my finger on what the problem is. I have mech infantry composition, aka emulators with small squads. Okay. Like I said, those new Mechanica models, they look great. The tank was really nice. Like I said, that giant, the knight with the giant cannon on its back, loved him. Will likely never paint any of those models. I've done a Mechanicus model. I didn't really care for it, but I think that also might have been I didn't experiment enough with my colors for it. They do look good. Some of the remnants of Forge World kits for Horse Heresy. Yeah, like transforming their Forge World kits over into plastic is definitely a good move. I want to see them do plastic Titans though. Like I understand like the Titans are one of those things that they're not really practical for the game in any capacity. But you have this serious issue where you can't even really assemble them the way that they're directed to, just because they're too fucking heavy. So I would love to see Plastic Titans. I know Plastic Titans is like the last thing on the list. They're gonna be converting all the other stuff first. Many people do want Plastic Titans or Thunderhawk. Ooh, I'd love to see a Plastic Thunderhawk. Again, would never paint it. If I could get a plastic Warhound, I would beg Rain every day to let me get that model. Like I said, if I could get a plastic Warhound, I would be begging every day for that. I know it's not affordable in the slightest, but I would absolutely be begging for that one constantly. Just because, like, I got the whenever the Warhounds came out for Imperialis. It was only like a week or two before I picked up the kit for those. So those will eventually get done on stream as well, because I'm really looking forward to them. I love Warhounds. I love their design. They look so cool. But like you have to like bolt them together whenever you're talking about the Forge World ones. I also want the I don't know if it's a model that's sold anymore. I don't think it is, but the Colossal Squig that I know is a resin model on Forge World for the longest time. Well, yeah, like pinning, yeah, but like it's almost like you need to actually like screw those parts together. Like I said, I want to do this Colossal Squig as well. The Squigoth is a neat one. I agree. I like that one. But since it's more dinosaur than Squig is really why I like it and I would like to do it. But like I said, the Colossal Squig, just big round boy is what I would like to do. I have an STL of the Colossal Squig. I just haven't printed it up. Mostly because I don't think it's got... I don't think the one that I have is pre-supported. I think I have to do the supports myself, and I'm not good at supporting STLs. But yeah, that's one that I very much want to give a try. But I just like Squigs. I have a box of the of Squigs for Sigmar that I need to get done at some point in time. I did the Red Gobbo a couple years back because he had the Squig he was riding. I wasn't able to get as much dimension on it as I wanted, but I think it turned out fairly well. You know, for a second there, I was paranoid that my microphone wasn't on, even though you have been responding to me. There was a moment there I was like, oh shit, is my mic on? Because I did turn it off while I had the start starting soon screen. I couldn't remember if I had turned it back on or not. Of course, I guess I could actually look up and see if my avatar is reacting, since I can see that right in front of me, and he is. So yeah, that's definitely going. On a completely unrelated note to anything we've talked about, I am, I believe, 3 followers away from hitting affiliate. So if I would love to see if we can hit that this stream. I'm pretty sure everybody that's in here right now is already a follower, but we're real close. So if you're not, please take the time to just hit that follow button. It does a hell of a lot of good. Why is my phone already going off? You're on the other side of the world. Why are you so far away? That's a Discord message. That is a Discord message of me. Why am I setting my phone off? You shut up. Yeah. Yeah, we think that because Rain and I share the same Amazon connection, that their follow doesn't count. So yeah, it's set to 51 right now because like affiliate says 50, and while the counter says 48, the affiliate tracker says 47. Don't know why. No idea why, but it does. So I have to get to 51 in order to qualify, unfortunately. Like, so yeah, I am 3 away from that marker. So we're really hoping to hit that. Sadly, I only have 1 submission for the JoJo stream right now, so it's looking like it's going to be Killer Queen as the model that I end up doing for our JoJo stream, because nobody has submitted anything else. I've found a few. I might add a couple in there. Like I found a Jolene that I kind of like. I don't like that she's a foot tall, so there's gonna have to be some adjustments done to that STL. But I did find a Jolene that I like. So if people want to vote for that one, we could do that one. But as of right now, the only option that is available for the JoJo stream is going to be Killer Queen. And that's me not knowing anything at all about JoJo. I don't know anything about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so yeah, that's like the model that's been chosen has been chosen strictly because someone else put it up there, and the Jolene one because it's a nice model. I like the way that it looks. I don't really want to paint it, but if I was to paint a JoJo model, that's the one that I would. Anyways, back to the Warhammer reveals today. There was something else. There was a Legions Imperialis thing that was boring as all hell that I remember seeing. There's the 30k Mechanicum, which I guess you could also duel as Dark Mechanicum if you wanted. There's what are these guys called? The Horus Spire Hunters. I like those. I don't know why there's the weird little gargoyle baby, but that's a thing. There's that. I guess there really wasn't that much. There's the one brain guy that's Gene Stealers. That's like the only thing that they're releasing for that, other than like the Battle Force. Y'all have any opinions on Gene Stealers? They're not my favorite because they honestly just feel like slightly mutated guardsmen to me, and I feel like that's a little lazy. But as far as their look goes, that's my feelings about that. But as far as lore goes, I haven't read too much on them, so I can't judge them as far as lore goes. But their models themselves, I'm not crazy about. The brain guy, he's interesting looking. It's not the model I would choose if I was to do some Gene Stealer myself. So I'd probably do the one Psyker model that looks like the Imperium Psyker model, because there's like two of the same thing that exist. Just one has a slightly bigger head than the other, with the little scales on it. I forget what she's called. But this new guy, he's not that interesting. He's more interesting than a lot of the others. We'll give him that. He's definitely more interesting than a lot of the other models that they've released for Gene Stealers. What I'd like is if they would actually update just previous kits, or if it wasn't purely a mining world that was the only Gene Stealers that we were doing. Like, yeah, we occasionally get some different, some non... My brain's not working, I'm sorry. Whereas not Korthia. Korthia is Horus. Cadia. Non-Cadians. We occasionally get non-Cadians. But I'd like to see a little bit more variety in Steelers to maybe make them look a little bit more interesting instead of just purely guys from a mining world, because yeah, that's all that you're getting from those kits. So it doesn't support the idea of Gene Stealers enough, in my opinion. I feel the need to throw that little qualifier out. That's in my opinion. That is in the opinion of someone who doesn't really paint them, who doesn't follow them or anything like that. I just feel like there's not enough. I also feel like I don't feel like there's enough Drukhari. Not enough variety in those models, and a lot of those are old and need to be refreshed. That's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, yeah, they updated the Mandrakes. That was decent of them, but it's still like locked away as a kill team. A lot of people aren't going to realize that they can go and they can get those kill team boxes. This is not going to. They can go get those kill team boxes to supplement some of the things that have been pulled off of Forge World. Though it does seem like they're trying to make more of a push of getting rid of some of that Forge World resin, and they're trying to convert them over to plastic kits. Because Forge World is just not doing it anymore. I mean, especially since it's not its own separate website. But there's no reason to keep those old resin molds around, which are doing pretty poorly, and in a lot of cases you lose some detail because of the posts. No, that's definitely the case when it comes to like Finecast. God, Finecast is terrible. The way that they do their quote-unquote sprues. Ooh, I'm seeing a major flaw how I'm doing his best work. Oh, that's really... That's really... Here we are continuing on with the Hellblasters. These have taken me far too long to get as far as I am. I did a little bit of work off stream on these guys. I finished up, like the model I was working on last stream, I finished him off stream so that we can progress along, because I want to get to the Sergeant. I want to be working on the Sergeant, trying to put in some dedication to that model before we go back and we finish off our brute drones that we started almost a month ago. Got one of those left. I've got all the paints on hand for him now. Not that I remember where I put them, but I've got the paints that were chosen for that, because he's going to be the green boy so I'm going to have my red, my green, and my blue for my brute drones. So if I ever do any more spires in the future, then we'll be able to continue on with that same RGB theme, which I think will be a lot of fun. Kind of like how this army is shaping up to be a different pattern for all the various soldiers. I'm going to try to think up some more patterns, because I do intend on painting my Leviathan box up in this color scheme, and I've been considering, not really possibly, but I've been deeply considering stripping my old Sons of the Phoenix that I did with my Indominus box and painting them up as Chroniclers as well. I think that'll be a lot better. Plus, it'll also save a lot of space for me, because I won't have to have as many boxes separating out all my different models. I'll be able to store them in the same box. That'll be nice, even though that box is very, very full. The first one, if I decide to strip those, which like I said, I'm very close to stripping those. The first one that I will strip is going to be my Redemptor Dreadnought. I love the Redemptor Dreadnought. The one that I've got built right now is already kind of perfectly set up to be a Chronicler. He's got the big plasma cannon already with the I think I've got the flamer hooked up onto his fist, so he's definitely energy weaponed out. Like I said, that would be a lot of fun to get done, but it needs to be stripped because he's one of the earlier models that I worked on way back when. And I think the paint's too thick on him, even though he does have some replacement bits on him that kind of give him a what do they call it? Imperial Fist look. I got some Imperial Fist bits to put onto him, give him a little more character, so it's not just a plain old Redemptor. It looks really good, in my opinion. Oh, I fucked up. No, it's okay. I can read it. Not that. So yeah, that's a potential project. I've got the what's it called? Not the Brutalis Redemptor. It's the other one. Ballistus. I have the Ballistus Redemptor in Leviathan that I'm doing well. So I'm working on finding some bits to go onto that one, but unfortunately, since it is the Leviathan version, it's a little bit more difficult to customize how the paneling is done on those. There's a lot more nuance to them. Okay, I need to clean up. There's so much like white they got on the gray, orange they got on the gray. I need to clean up the gray. But yeah, so that's a problem with that one, like, because they did the push fit, which I don't like push fit models. I don't think anybody likes the push fit models because they're too restrictive on those. I think everybody agrees they're too restrictive on the push fit models. They do a lot better job with the individual kits because there's more customization you can go and do with those. Let's see, who do I recognize today? We got CMP, who's been here for a little bit. You talked already. We got Ghost Hawks. We've got Poninator. I think that's it. I think that's everybody. I'm sure there may be more, but right now that's everybody that's showing. Let's see. What's the name? The name Vanderstein9. Thank you for the follow. All right, we're that much closer. Really appreciate that. We're getting real close to that affiliate marker. So we may potentially hit that this stream. Depending on how well this goes. I might just have to stay active until I hit it. So, I think me saying that's probably got Rain dreading the idea. But if we can hit that this stream, that would be outstanding. The only thing is, I have to make sure that we keep up the average viewer count. That's my biggest concern at the moment. Is that average viewer count's going to go too low. We're still at about 5. Like that's like we're still showing about 5. I think I would have to stream for several more hours to dip below the 3 marker that you're required to have for that. But it is possible. It is possible to dip to. I cannot pronounce your name, but welcome to the stream. Looks like you are a first-time chatter. That's fun to see. Welcome. DJ is fine? Awesome. Because that's way better than trying to pronounce the rest of that mess. But welcome, DJ. We were talking about the reveal stream from earlier. Did you have anything you wanted to talk about there? Ghost Talks was saying that they're excited about the new Mechanicum models. I was mostly complaining about Gene Stealers. And if you would be so kind as to hit the follow, that would be really appreciated. You haven't seen it yet. Well, I think the articles are available on Warhammer Community. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm real close to hitting affiliate, so every follower counts right now. We're real close to getting that. So if you could, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. I didn't expect that to actually work. But much appreciated, DJ. Yeah, the articles are up on Warhammer Community. There's some Necromunda stuff. There's some Heresy Mechanicum, which are really cool. The Mechanicum models for Heresy are really, really freaking cool. There's a new Gene Stealer model for 40k. There's a new Cannon S with jump pack for 40k. And a new campaign for Legions Imperialis. Or Epic, if you want to be honest about it, because it's just Epic. But yeah, it like I said, those Mechanicum models look really good, especially that knight-sized one with the big flower cannon on it. I'm very excited about eventually getting my hands on that. Like that's not an if, that is a when. Like that is a model that is going to happen at some point in time. I just don't know when that is going to happen. Well, one, because who knows when the hell it's actually going to get released. And two, when I'd be able to afford it, because that's probably going to be like $150. But yeah, all those Mechanicum models coming out of... Like some of them are reworks from the old resin kits from Forge World. Some of them are completely new. Like, I think those servitors that we were talking about, Ghost Hawks, I think those are completely new models because they wanted them to be a little bit more shambling corpses than the old versions. So yeah, that's what's been discussion thus far. And then I'm pretty sure I went off on a tangent bitching about something. Because, I mean, that's what I'm good at, right? I'm good at complaining. Servitors are usually only in limited numbers. Inquisitor, henchmen. Am I using the wrong term? Am I saying the wrong thing? Behind the reductor, tech thralls. They call them tech thralls. My apologies. But like they're calling them tech thralls. But yeah. I understand. Like they wanted to make them more zombie-like. So you see a lot more of that kind of aesthetic with them. I don't know if people is the appropriate word anymore. can we call them people? They're really more machine than people. But then again, so is the rest of the Mechanicum. So yeah, all right. So when people say that someone is big brain, they mean the Benefactus? Yeah. Yeah, that guy is something else. He's like the only new model that they're announcing for Gene Stealers, and it's kind of sad. Gene Stealers deserve better. Their models really need to be made better. But yeah, that dude's brain is something else. Whenever they did the announcement, I believe they referred to him as the brains of the operation, and I believe chat groaned. Like, I think you could hear chat collectively groan. So, yeah. You know, hearing you type away over there is terrifying sometimes. Oh, you were typing in chat. They could do some cool stuff with them, but refuse, as they do most of the time. Yeah. Oh, I guess they have suppressed minds like servitors. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know that... I think it's fair to call them servitors. And the Dark Mechanicum is now also a thing. Nice. Yeah, Dark Mechanicum for Heresy. Love seeing that. Like I said, there's that one... Once augmented humans are results from a tech priest. Menial labors, unlike servitors, their personalities and thoughts are not removed entirely, merely overridden by implants. That's horrifying. But when the war looms, they are refitted as expendable troops and hasty musters. Oh my god. I didn't read that. That's awful. Their personalities are still there, they're just being overridden by the machine. These people are fully aware of what's happening to them. I mean, yeah, the Mechanicum and the Imperium are monsters. Shit. You don't need to do that to people. At least make them so they don't feel it. Perfect addition to Horus Heresy. Yes, 100%. But like I said, it's just commentary on the actual practices of the Materium. It's just awful. Yeah, love the Dark Mechanicum. I want to see Dark Mechanicum in 40k. I want to see what they can do with that. I know they won't anytime soon. I would love to see what they would do with that, though. Yeah, they will die in droves, but still, well, yeah, because did they announce a box with that? Didn't look. They did announce a box with it. It just didn't include like the one big model. I don't see it in the article though. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's like 20 of those guys, or more, 20 or 30. I'm not going to take the time to count it. Yeah, there's a bunch of the servitor-looking dudes. The big troop carrier. I like that troop carrier. That's a really cool troop carrier. Much better design than anything that you see with, like, rhinos or impulsors or anything like that. So that was a welcome sight. Looks a lot more in line with like those Custodes tanks that you can get that I think were also Forge World, weren't they? Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe those were all Forge World, but I'm wrong about a lot of things. You guys correct me. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good stuff that was announced. Like I said, the only thing I don't like is the Gene Stealers for Necromunda. I don't care for that edition. I saw some people in chat bitching about the campaign for Legions Imperialis because you're not getting the same campaign for Horus Heresy, but you're getting it for Imperialis. I was just like, yeah, well, you know, they can't give you everything you want. To be fair, it might be better than being a permanent engine. Well, again, I guess the change there is whether or not you're consciously aware. Like, if you're aware you're an engine, yeah, that's awful. Why they didn't just have Heresy campaign book for both games? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why not? Why not do it for both games? And all you're really doing is announcing a campaign for Imperialis, and nothing really all that special. You are aware. Oh, well, okay. If you're aware as an engine, then yeah, that sucks. I just thought they overwrote you with all the machines and everything like that. They took out what humanity you had. But if you know, that sucks. See, this is my fault of not paying close enough attention to the lore, but that's only because like I struggle reading about Space Marines. And most of the books that give you any kind of information are about Space Marines. Or Cadians, and I've never really wanted to sit down and read about Cadians. Personally, I always usually go with a Chaos faction or something like that. To quote a wiki, okay, this is going to be horrifying. The pilot is filled with numerous stimulants and other drugs to ensure that he or she is able to survive multiple injuries while still feeling the pain of everything that the enemy unleashes upon him. Yeah, I didn't need to know that. Well, it was worse than I thought it was. Why make it so they still have to feel it? Like, why is that necessary? Or is it because we start reaching into that AI territory if you take away their ability to feel? To be a pilot of the Penitent Engine... Okay, that's Penitent Engine! Okay, I must have misread you earlier. The Penitent Engine is a different thing. That is a punishment. Okay, I did not realize that you were talking about penitent engines. Yeah, those are... That's like the equivalent of going to jail in 40K. I thought you were talking about something else. That is my bad. But yes, that is still terrible. To be a pilot of a penitent engine is to have committed a terrible crime. So, yeah, exactly. One so heinous that punishment, such as imprisonment, exile, arco, flagellation, or even execution, is deemed too lethal. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I thought you were just talking about like an engine, like a servitor as kind of deal. Not a penitent engine. Which, I mean... Do we have like lore examples of someone getting locked into a penitent engine? Or is that like just a thing that exists and they haven't really given us a whole lot of like what someone could have done to get encased in one of those things? Like, that's just a curiosity of mine. If we have lore examples of oh, so and so committed this crime, and so they get locked into a penitent engine and fed to the sisters. Not sure. I do one because the sisters is bad. See, that's what I mean. Like yeah, they've got like they're basically just you lock some poor soul into these things and then feed them to the sisters and hope for the best. Like they ran away from the battle and their sisters to die. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that seems like an appropriate crime. That would, as far as in like as far as like 40k is concerned, that would get you such treatment. Like I said, I hadn't heard of any like any citizens or anything like that. Something like that. Wait, so is that going to get him a penitent engine, or is that going to make him like a Sisters Repentia? Like, I guess that's the other side of that question, because like, is that so bad that it gets them locked into a penitent engine, or are they just committed to the Sisters Repentia and sent to die that way? Because I know that's also a thing. I don't. Why I know that's a thing. I just happen to know that. Repentia are less severe? Okay. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, the particular example given. Like, the extreme cowardice that may have caused, like, a unit to die or something like that. Is that going to be Repentia or Penitent Engine kind of situation? Like, I know, for the in my opinion, I figured cowardice was just treated with execution, but that's just me thinking. And we all know that me thinking doesn't always necessarily go where it should, because me thinking allowed you guys to convince me to do a different pattern on 10 different suits of armor. So, there is that. So thinking is likely not something that I should be allowed to do. How are we? Okay. Oh, I didn't. Just odd people. I'm really hoping to get these last two guys done today so that we can move on to working on the sergeant. I've actually gone through and I did some more like prep work on the sergeant. I went through and primed where he's going to be orange with like actual proper white primer instead of just like doing some white paint. It didn't go very well, but that's besides the point. So I did some work on him. I've done some work on this guy and the other guy that needs to get finished. And like I said, I'm hoping to get both of them done so that we can start blocking in the sergeant and really get going on that. I think I'm good for metallics now. Probably have to do more cleanup after doing the metallics, because that just feels like how I work. But I do think we're going to get to a point of being able to start the work on the sergeant. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna regret saying this, but I'm gonna say this. I do plan on doing some checker pattern on the sergeant. I know y'all have been itching to make me suffer through that. So, I don't know how much checker pattern he's going to be getting. But he's definitely going to be getting some. And I might actually have to, I may need to get, a pencil and actually draw that in. Not that I think I own a pencil. Yes. All the checkers. I know people have been craving that from me, and I'm pretty sure the people who've been craving that are not here. Yeah, they're not. None of the people who've been wanting me to do that are here. So. Or at least the ones who've been adamant about it. None of the guys who've been adamant about it. are here right now, but they might show up later. I should take a drink real quick because I've been streaming for 45 minutes and haven't done that. Keep the vocal cords lubed up. Oh god. Oh god, that was awful. Sorry. All right. So, Alex going on this guy. Since we are right at that precipice of affiliate, which it looks like, if I've done my math correctly. Hey, Varian Croc, nice to see you again, brother. I missed your last stream. So far that I can read about the Penitent Engine, it's individuals who were once seen as pious by the ecclesiarchy, the priests or battle sisters, and got there because they failed in faith or through mistake that can cause death to others. Okay. That makes sense. But yeah. Oh, God. Fucking hell. Yeah, Baron Croc, we're doing pretty well. We're coming along nicely. No, I get it, man. I understand that whenever I stream on weekdays, because of the days that the time block I choose to stream, a lot of people aren't going to be able to make it to every stream or anything like that. I do enjoy chatting with you though. Like you can see Rain there having said checkers. I am planning on doing a checker pattern on the sergeant of this squad. There's a section that's going to be a checker pattern. Rain would also like to make a sound alert for whenever we do have affiliate to be like a TTS or something like that that just says checkers. How would y'all feel about that? I thought it was an appropriate troll move. But I was really curious as to what y'all's thoughts would be. We can look into that. We can look into doing a sticker. We got to get in touch with artists before anything like that can be done. I haven't decided. No, it definitely could. Like, I understand. It could definitely become a thing. I've absolutely seen other streamers that have had issues with sound alerts and whatnot becoming a problem. And they've had to disable them and things like that. I don't think I'm big enough for that to be a problem. To be perfectly honest, like, since we are still technically a starting out channel, because again, haven't even hit affiliate yet, don't have the numbers for that yet, and oh my god, my brain. You know, it's going to be a while before people spamming things is really going to be a concern for someone of my size. Now, if I was to get up into the numbers like AC is, that's a different case altogether. But that was going to take a lot of time. We're also working on another little side thing that I don't mind telling y'all about. We found a way to improve my camera quality in a not terribly unaffordable way. So there's a chance in the next few streams. I don't know exactly when, because we've got to move some stuff around to make it possible. But the camera quality should improve, and it will be a noticeable improvement. So that's something I'm looking forward to as well. Like the more we work on this channel, like the more things we're finding that we need to work on, more things that we're discovering that we just don't know what we're doing and need help with, and have been reaching out to some people. It's been a wild journey trying to get all of this going. But yeah, we were because we're so close. We started thinking about custom emotes, custom like stickers, sound alerts, things like that, stuff that you could use, like channel points or bits or stuff like that for. It'll probably be, you know, all like channel points to begin with. But yeah, we want to make the stream better for you guys. We're trying we try to do something more every single stream, so that it's always better for you guys. And it's usually, I mean, yeah, you've just got, for the most part, me sitting here talking to you about random bullshit that you may or may not care about. We should also have, for the quotes or Virgin... I don't know that everybody is familiar with Virgin Mary Blue. That's the thing. I don't know how many people are familiar with Virgin Mary Blue. Show off the anime girls redeem. Oh my god. I mean, there are gonna be anime girl paintings that we do. Like, we've already got one planned. Like, I'm already gonna redo my Project Melody statue. Like, that's gonna end up happening again. Especially since I found the actual skin for that model. I think I heard approval in the background. That depends on if you consider that approval or not. And I'm hearing typing but not seeing posting, so I'm really worried that a lot of this is being written down. So y'all may get some of these things that you're asking for. It's just gonna take us time. It's gonna take us a lot of time. There's gonna be a lot of time that we have to do to go into doing stuff for you guys, because I do need to change up the I have to change the follower icon. That's not an original piece, and we didn't pay for that. It is modified technically, but I don't want to keep that. I want to commission an actual piece to be done for the follower. I want to commission an actual piece to be done for subscribers whenever we actually get that enabled. I want to get something customized for when we're getting raids and whatnot. I want there to be custom emotes. No clue what the Virgin Mary Blue reference is. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. How did you come up, at Varenkrok, how did you come up with this when you missed last stream where Visit talked about getting a female model? Oh, you did miss that. Oh, okay. No, Virgin Mary Blue, I was working on an Octram Grimscree model from Curse City. And I was trying to do a gray blue. You just have that on tap? What the hell? You just have that shit on tap. God damn it. Well, you can watch the clip and you can kind of get an idea of what Virgin Mary Blue is. But for those of you that don't want to watch the like 45-second clip that is, like I said, I was working on an Octram Grimscree, and I was trying to do a gray blue. All right, like the color is called gray blue, and so I thought it was gonna be like Space Wolves gray. Like that's what I thought. That's what I thought was gonna be the color I was using. And I started using it, and I was hating it, and I just didn't understand why. And then I looked at it, and it occurred to me, and it only because of the oh, of course, Hellman. Here, Hellman knows about Virgin Mary Blue. Hellman was here for that. Figured out a way to instantly deal with the two guards where one speaks one truth and one speaks. Completely off topic as usual, Hellman. But yeah, I was looking at the model. I think because the robe is like over the guy's head. Just clap and ask, did I clap? Okay. Shoot one in the foot and ask the guard if it's bleeding. What if you don't have a gun? I think that kind of tears apart that whole idea. Or another instrument with which to shoot. You ever knocked someone out before? Do you understand how difficult a process that is? Anyway, I don't remember what the quotes one was at all. I'm sure it's me saying something stupid. A magical blood and busted and magic. Oh well, okay. Oh, I forget. A lot of times, whenever you say random things, you're talking about D&D. That is my bad. Yeah, that's totally my bad. So how do you deal with that, Hellman? Give us the scoop. What's your what's your cure for that situation? Although a lot of the times whenever you're in such a situation, that's not the situation you need to be worrying about. Oh, okay. Right. Sorry, my brain did not associate those together. Or just ask them if they are a guard. Well, that's not necessarily going to work. Because that can be considered a matter of perspective. And I guess that's the truth of the matter that you have to worry about in such a situation is perspective. Because from a lot of different perspectives, you can negate basically any question. Blair would be an imposter. They could be, in theory. You could also take it as a perspective of just two dudes who are standing next to a door. They may not be considering themselves guards. You can get down to the physics of the situation, like with Hellman's example. Like, did I clap? Well, technically, no. The air reverberated in such a way as to make a sound. You can change the perspective on a lot of things. You have to get more... Like, the reason why the question doesn't work and why it becomes such an issue is because of the technicalities of it. You can get around what you're asking from a certain point of view. Like, the personality of the person you're asking has to be taken into account, whether or not they feel like being told a dickbag or not. When I was bored, I would stand next to a door in front of a bar, and people would hand me their ID thinking it was a bouncer. Did Magnus do nothing wrong? Well, see, that's the thing. Like, Magnus do nothing wrong? Like, to a certain degree, you could think that, Horace did nothing wrong. That's... I mean, utterly false, but... And as far as Magnus goes, it's a matter of perspective. Like, Magnus did nothing wrong. Well, no, he disobeyed. He did, in fact, disobey the Emperor and caused the collapse of the Webway project. Like, that's him doing something wrong. And that's the start of his downfall. Where Magnus's choices came from an evil place. It doesn't have to be considered from an evil place to be the wrong thing. It was obstinately disobedient. Like, that's the thing. Like, is that from a place of evil? No, but it is from a place of disobedience. So, it's still wrong. But I mean, do we want this to devolve into a philosophical debate? Nikea was just guidelines. If you want to take the Pirates of the Caribbean approach, but then Pirates Code, yeah. See? So yeah, that. Oh, I've missed so much that I thought I had already gotten. I'm so naive. The Geneva checklist. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that approach. So yeah, like I said, you got a lot of things that are perspective. Which I guess my argument of perspective is also kind of a Pirates of the Caribbean thought process as well, huh? Because I'm definitely getting that from Jack Sparrow. So did you think more about the lore of them? No, I haven't. I have not had the time to do so. Yesterday was a rough day, medically speaking. And I've been doing. I tried to do a lot of prep for stream yesterday. I've been trying to work on things, trying to get into doing some of the more entertaining models. Like I said, I want to get the Sergeant started, but I got two dudes in the way of that. I got this guy and I got another guy who are in the way of me being able to get started on the Sergeant, because I do want to take more time with him. I want to do. So I've been focusing more on physicality and elements like that, trying to improve the stream than I have thinking of the lore for these guys. I do need to sit down and do that, and that might be something I do after stream tonight. But I do not know at this point. I speak the truth quite often, yet people always seem surprised. Yeah. Exactly. I also pride myself as someone who likes to speak the truth, and people, for some reason, don't really comprehend that that's what's happening. But that's also because my truth is a very, very weird tale of a lot of bizarre things happening to a very unremarkable person. No, water is not wet. Categorically speaking. If I remember the quote from Jack Sparrow correctly. I think you do remember that correctly. It could be wrong. I haven't watched the movie in a while, which now that we're having this conversation, I will probably be watching that movie in the next couple of days. Or I'll probably be watching all 5 of those movies in the next few days. And, torture myself through the last 2 of them. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, water by definition is not wet. Water makes things wet. Water itself does not exist in a state of wet. Like I said, you can take perspective and break down almost every argument, so that would be the one that speaks truth. Well, see, but not a lot of people are going to be aware of that fact. Most people are going to sit there and think, yes, water is wet, because they've been led to believe that what makes things wet is the existence of water, which is technically true. So you could have both of them answer yes, and both of them being both lying and telling the truth because of their own specific knowledge. So you got to get away from the going into technicalities of things. That's what I mean. It is a fundamental problem. That is why it is used so prolifically through fiction. The one that tells nothing but truth and one that tells nothing but lies. Because what if it's the one that tells nothing but lies that's stating this? Or what if they're stating it together? That means that in the entirety of them stating that, one has to be lying and one telling the truth. So you run into the problem no matter what. Is water in a liquid state? Yes. You would have to play them against each other, and therein lies an additional issue, because typically, when presented with this problem, you were allowed 3 questions. And pitting 2 people who are allied together against one another with 3 questions is very difficult. Because that's the other aspect, is you have 2 men who think that they've got, or 2 people who think that they have the better of you for the simple fact of getting you into the situation. Hitting them against each other in 3 questions is another issue that you run into. So what you would have to do is you would need to actually get them separated, which is going to be difficult in itself. Ask the same questions of both men independently without them having the ability to reconcile answers together. So, like, while you may be asking technically 6 questions, you're asking the same questions twice just to individual people. Now, if they do specify, you can only ask 3 questions of both of them. You have an additional problem there. Can you wake up dead? Yes! And I don't want to get into why I know that. That is not a we've only known each other for a month conversation. But yes, that you can in fact wake up dead. So, if anyone is wondering, that's also asked in the Scream movies. Is the sun white or yellow? Well, see, that depends on where you're standing. Because it has 2 different answers. Which is also kind of why that doesn't work with Superman, in my belief, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Okay, what do I need to be working on? Got the little ball exhaust. I got his face. I've missed a shit ton of blacks. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed. I haven't gotten any of the little rubber grommets on. The sun is white because otherwise snow would be piss-colored. False. That is not why snow is white. Snow is white because of the refraction of all light as it is being contacted within itself. Snow, on an individual level, is transparent. Or if you really want to get down to brass tacks on it, snow is blue. But because of the way the ice crystals reflect into one another, all light ends up getting reflected. And it appears white when it is in fact not. Similar to shattered glass appears white when it's in fact green. And you can see that if you go to the barber and you look at the infinite reflection of the room and how it gradually turns green in the back, in the far away reflections, giving away the actual color of the glass. Same if you ask if water is transparent, technically yes, but with enough it becomes blurry. That or slap one of the guards and ask if I slap him. Again, if you want to get into the technicalities of that, it can be taken as yes, you did, or no, you didn't. Because if you get down to the physics of the matter, no, you never actually made contact with his face. That's what I mean. It's too easy to bend that. The riddle is as difficult as it is because it can be bent into anything. Saying that you have a definitive answer for it comes down to the person asking it. If it comes down to what the guards believe, whether or not. Well, see, that's the thing. Well, that comes down to the people who are the guards you were dealing with, what their belief system is. If you have these two guards and they each believe something different, they can say contradictory things and both be fulfilling their roles. You know, the man telling the truth can say, "No, you didn't slap me," and the man that's lying can believe the exact opposite of him and also said, "No, you didn't slap him." So you have both of them saying no, when in fact, from your perspective, you did. So now you're talking to the wrong guard. Whenever you're listening to one that you believe is now telling the truth. It comes down to the philosophies of the person that you're... It was on Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes. Yeah, and that's the problem, is you have that fundamentality of the men themselves being a factor in the situation. And why I also said the question itself is often a distraction. Killing one guard is bending on the hope that you're killing the one that always speaks the lies. That's also true. It looks like Labyrinth and it took the movie Labyrinth and complicated it. Yeah. And that's also assuming your capability of killing at least one of the guards. Like if we're talking about like a D&D setting, you're now under the belief that you are capable of winning against technically both guards, because as soon as you engage one, the other one's going to engage with you as well. And then it becomes a pointless question. So did you get affiliate yet? No, I don't think I technically have. Because for whatever reason, one of my follows was not counting. One of my follows did not count. So on the main tracker that everybody is able to see, you can see me as hitting 50 right now. But the actual affiliate tracker was always showing one short, regardless of how much time I allowed to pass. So yeah, so I'm sitting... I need that one additional, but I also have to wait at least 24 hours after the stream. Well, I say at least 24 hours. I think it's more like 14 hours. But I have to wait for a period after the stream is over for the counter to update for me to then finalize it. So like last stream we ended at I want to say it was 46 followers, 46 or 47 followers, and when it updated on the tracker for affiliate, it was one shy. So that's why my follower goal there is sitting at 51, because that's what I have, as far as I can tell, what I have to hit. I've gotten 2 followers, 3 followers this stream. I think 2 followers so far this stream. I know DJ was 1, Vanris was 1. Both of y'all are still here. At least my page says y'all are here. Yeah. So those have happened this stream. And again, I appreciate both of you for that. Right. And then Viv's Engineering followed yesterday off stream. We were chatting during her stream. Ghost Hawks was there for that. but we chatted a little during her stream, and she gave me a follow off stream, so that helped. Yeah, I as far as I can tell, I still need at least one more before I hit the actual number, so that I can flip on affiliate, and then I can start trying to give y'all some more things to screw with me with. We do want to give some custom emotes. We want to give like sound alerts and things like that. We want to give. I want to be able to flip TTS on to give y'all a voice, but like all of those things require affiliate for me to be able to do, and it's gonna be a slow rollout, guys. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, we hit affiliate and all these things are available. Like, probably TTS is gonna be the first thing I can get going, if I can get that going, because it's gonna be the easiest to do. And I've got to get in touch with an artist in order to do the emotes and the stickers and whatnot, because I want to do that. I wanted to, or rather, Rain brought up the idea of having the different subscriber badge that's available in chat. I don't know how feasible that is for us. It's pretty low on the list, but it is something that is being talked about. So yeah, there's a lot that we're wanting to work on once we get affiliate. And again, like I was saying earlier, you weren't here for it, Hellman. I don't know. I think Ghost Talks was the only one that was here for it. We've so far only got the one submission for the JoJo stream, which is the Killer Queen that you've uploaded. So that's looking like what it's most likely going to end up being. And there's another follow. Hellion Tuck, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I have not seen that before. And I'm guessing that noise was goal met. Yes, that was the goal met noise. I didn't know I had an alert for that. All right, so that let's start a new goal. Let's flip that to, is that the number I want to go with? Hold on. Why is this thing hating me so much? Doing well, doing well. I really appreciate the follow. I don't know where the hell you came from, like right when we were talking about needing that last follower. But I do appreciate you hopping in like that. And pushing us over the edge. So theoretically, tomorrow I'll be able to actually fully apply for affiliate. Theoretically, that's very exciting. Especially since I think next Monday I will now be able to say I've actually done something to my family on Memorial Day. I do I really do appreciate it. Hellion, that was that came in pretty clutch. I don't know where the fuck Rain gets these things that they do. All right, so that cements in that that me doing I do appreciate it. That cements that we're going to end up doing a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure figure for a future stream. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but that's definitely happening now. I will post up some more possibilities in the Discord later tonight. Why does the time matter? Why are you specifying that specific time? I'm curious. I'm unaware of something. Is that what time it is for you? Oh, well, I do appreciate that, Hellman. I need to refresh my palette. I do appreciate that. That helps incredibly. I need to wake up early in the morning, and it's indeed that time for me. Are you one of my Scandinavians? Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've got to wait for the tracker to update for. There's a separate tracker for it that's like in the background, and it takes time to update, and so yeah. I'm sorry. I have a lot of Scandinavian viewers. That's why I ask. Yeah, I'm really hoping. My biggest concern, which really isn't a concern anymore, because I think it's gonna take. I think it would take a lot more time for me to lose it. Hellman, I wasn't. You were not the person I was speaking of. Just an American stuck in Europe. Like I'm gonna offend. I offend so many people so easily. By just speaking. Anyways. Yeah. Like I said, I was just asking because I guess I should say I have an inordinate amount of European viewers, which I guess isn't really inordinate. I choose a weird time to stream for America, so actually this paint job you were doing right now is already exists. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? IB Army, I don't get offended easily. Oh, well. Alright. Alright, man. Cool. I can't argue with that. But what are you saying at the it's a Salamander successor chapter color scheme? Oh, okay. Well, it's one guy. All right, it's one guy. No, so my usual start time in the US is definitely a different chapter emblem, which I have not painted yet. My typical start time in the US for my time zone is 2:30 p.m. And because of that, thank you very much for that, Hellion. Because of that, most of the time, since I consider this an 18 up stream, even though I don't mark it that way. Most people who are going to be adults that would watch my stream are at work. Yes, on a Saturday, that's not necessarily the case, but that is on weekdays whenever I stream. So that's really more of what I was referring to. Americans don't really hop in, but it's a decent time for Europeans because y'all can be, putting your kids to bed and sitting down to paint and watch some streams or play video games and whatnot. So it's easier for Europeans to be watching my stream than it is for Americans, just because it's early for Americans. I'm not touching that one, Hellman. I don't think it's weird time-wise. Different chapter emblem, though. It looks great. They just shop at the same power armor store. I'm unemployed. Yeah, I'm not touching the unemployed one there, Hellman. But yeah, like I said, that's as far as people in the States goes. So, like I have a friend, Pope, that joins the stream sometimes, that likes to come in and troll me like some of y'all do, and he's an hour behind me. So whenever I start, it's actually 1:30 p.m. for him, and so he ends up missing a lot of streams during the week because he has to work. He's missing today's stream because I think he's playing D&D right now. My son, I am not touching that with a 50-foot pole. Yeah. Precisely. So yeah, that's more of what I mean about why I get a heavier European follow, just because that's who's available. And from what I can tell, though, if y'all want to disagree with me, I respect it. This hobby seems to be a more European hobby. Because I see more European streamers that are on and painting at all hours than I do Americans. So that's just a personal observation. The hobby side is probably more European. Yeah, that's what I mean. I see the hobby as more on the European side of things than it is on the American. I mean, you know, it's technically kind of born there, isn't it? I know it was originally like pewter toy soldiers back in like the 16 and 1700s. That was really where all of this began. Americans like the matched play, a lot of influence from the ITC. Sadly, I don't know what ITC is, or I may. I just it isn't occurring to me. Make nerdiness cool again. It was Independent Tournament Circuit, but they rebranded to International. AKA Frontline Gaming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess there's more of a competitive spirit in Americans than, and I mean that like we feel an absolute need to compete with each other all the time. Not a there's no competitive spirit in Europe. It's more of just a we're all kind of full of ourselves. I don't know if any of the other Americans in chat will agree with me on that. I know I'm pretty full of myself. But and like unjustifiably so. Like, there's no justification as to why I'm so full of myself. I just am. In Sweden, we also have Drakarok, Dragons and Demons. With minis, they wanted a chess-like version of the game. Oh, okay. Like I said, as far as like the hobby aspect of it, I see just so much more of a European following than I do an American following. But that could just be observation bias. I could be 100% wrong about that assessment, because I do acknowledge that observation bias is something very heavy in every culture. I have a buddy. I say a buddy. I have a former employee who was under the belief that everybody played Souls-like games, and then he met me, and I told him why he was very, very wrong about that statement. And it was kind of an eye-opening experience for him. And yeah, so like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and you know things of that like. Yeah. Well, like Elden Ring is considered. I have to define these things. Okay, so you have FromSoft is the company. Dark Souls is where the Souls-like name comes from, because it's that overly difficult, you kind of bash your head against a wall gameplay, and the idea is for you to learn through experience. Yeah. Yeah, you're forced to do that. Now, like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, those are all made by FromSoft. That's where you're going to find your like Soulsborne games. But if it's not made by FromSoft, they're called Souls-like, because they're just like Baron Croc said, overly punishing until you get everything down perfectly. And it's not my particular cup of tea. I don't enjoy those games because I don't while I may be like a naturally angry person, I don't enjoy being frustrated. And that's what those games give off, is just frustrating. So they're mostly single player RPG games. Yes. Well, yes and no. There's whenever you're talking about like anything that FromSoft makes, there is a multiplayer component to it, but you can turn that off. I need... Some can help and some can ruin it. Yeah. They are technically RPGs. They don't do a great job of telling their story. But they are technically RPGs. You can choose a role. It's... or maybe just a fantasy genre. Well, yeah, that's a better way of describing it. Like I said, they are technically RPGs. Like you have a way you're going to beat the game. You have a play style that you're going to choose to play the game with. Yeah, all of the story is really told through item descriptions. It's not told through dialogue or anything like that. There's not really a lot of dialogue in these kind of games. Yeah, exposition is just not really something that you run into, which is a turnoff for some people. I respect how well FromSoft does it, because they are able to get their story across. It takes a little more effort than I think it should to get the story. No spoon feeding. Games are full of lore, but it's up to the player to infer and find out. Like you get the major plot points, you get the major points for the story, but the real deep diving stories is searching for it. And I partially disagree with that assessment, DJ, because I look at the first Dark Souls game and the story of the game is not really given to you in any kind of meaningful way. Like you have to hunt out all of the story in that one. Like the actual like what you're doing, why you're doing it, doesn't come across in that game. So, like they did do better about that with like Elden Ring. They did better about that with Bloodborne. But with the actual Dark Souls games, they expect you to have a level of knowledge. Okay. Yeah, all right. That makes more sense. And again, even with like Dark Souls 3, I don't think they give you enough of the story. But Bloodborne, definitely they give you at least why you're doing what you're doing. Same with Elden Ring. You get a pretty good idea of why, especially whenever you go through and you choose a certain path. There's more of that available to you. But, you know, which is why Elden Ring is really considered more of a more friendly introduction to the genre. Which I have wanted to sit down and play. I'm probably going to mod the shit out of it because, like, again, I don't like to just be out there and be frustrated. But it's something that I want to pick up and play one day. Who knows? Maybe I'll even do it on stream. Bloodborne has tons in dialogue, but you can miss basically all dialogue. You can, yeah. Is it me or is the ammo belt broken? What's wrong with the belt? Oh, yes. Yeah, the tube, yeah, it is. I'm not gonna defend that. I didn't do a good job putting these together. That's all it is just me being inadequate. Some of them are done very well. Some of them are piss poor like this, and the belt is not attached the way that it's supposed to be. It's just me not being good enough. That's really all that is. And the games have symbolism, so if you are totally unaware of religious legends, then things will go over your head. Also true. Oh no, I just saw it and thought it looked a bit weird. Yeah. This guy is like this. I have a few others. I've got one that's really bad. This guy. No, actually, no. You're not the really bad one. Where's the really bad one? There's one that's like a full like 5 millimeters between. Like that one's pretty bad. It's got like 2 or 3 millimeters there between the breakage on it. He's not too good. That one's bad, but not that bad. His is together. His is a little cocked. The Sergeant's is good. The Sergeant is his is a decent one. So no worries there. I would need to actually heat up the plastic and remold it a little. Is what I actually need to do with it. It's that bad. It's like I physically need to move where it is and remold a little bit. It's because of whenever I was attaching their arms, I didn't do it right. So like up here at the actual shoulder joint is where the issue is. So I would need to heat it up and so I can shift this section of pipe down closer to it. And I don't want to do that. One, because I'd have to end up repainting that entire section over again because all the paint would chip away. And two, because the last time I did that, I burned the shit out of myself. So I don't want to do that. Like I burned myself real bad, and it wasn't worth it in the end. Well, it's a metal hose and a wire that goes along with it, so I wouldn't consider that particular spot battle damage. And when I say chipped away, it's going to chip away down to the bare plastic. So even then, if I was going to consider it battle damage, I would need to go in and do some additional touch-ups for it to give it that look of battle damage. So going through and actually correcting it, because like if you look at them from the front, it's not noticeable. If you look at them from the back, it's not really that noticeable. It's not something that's a big deal. It's just whenever you look at them from the side that you can really tell that that's happened. So I don't feel like it's worthy enough, because these aren't like something I'm going to submit for a competition or anything. Like these are my own personal guys. If I ever actually do sit down and play the game, like these are my guys. I don't have any intentions on. So I'm satisfied enough with it. If I do this kind of kit again in the future, I probably won't go with the hosed version. I'll probably go with the magazine version, so I don't have to deal with that. But that's neither here nor there. And honestly, I think if I was to heat that up and fix it, it would damage more of the model than it would fix, because that's what happened last time. Whenever I tried it, it ended up damaging more of the model than it actually ended up helping it. So yeah, the little ammo tube is just, in my opinion, it's not worth the frustration. Now, if it was the Sergeant, who I plan on putting a considerable bit more work into, I would feel differently. Oh, DJ, you joined the Discord. Welcome. You can, if you want, you can submit a JoJo STL in the JoJo submissions for whenever we do that stream. Which, if I've done my calculations correctly, we will be at. Next stream, I will be listed as affiliate, and there will actually be a subscribe button down there. But I could be wrong, so I'm not gonna say that's a definite for next time. I'm very hopeful that is the case, because for all I know, it could bug out on me and tell me I'm still short for some reason. So that's just where we're at now, and it's been another hour and I haven't taken a drink, and y'all let me gas on for too long without taking a drink. so I need to do that. As a matter of, well, do I? No, we're not gonna do that yet. Never mind. I was about to say something stupid. But yeah, let me put some of this on the palette. I need to take also is DJ kind of new. Okay. I don't know what that said. It popped up on my screen on my phone very briefly. We'll take a drink real fast. I'm not getting actual notifications for Discord on my PC because OBS turns that off. But I am seeing that pop up very briefly in the on my phone. Am I really the first one to paste in the introduce yourself tab? Probably. There's not a lot of people actually in the Discord, and as a matter of fact, I think that was one of my mods that that even put that tab in. Yes, it is a very new Discord. There's very few things that have actually happened in it. It is mostly a place where I can inform y'all of off-stream stuff, where I post pictures of my completed works, which I need to take pictures of my Gauge, because I worked on her off-stream. And I need to take pictures of her to post, because I think I did a really good job with that. I don't think I've posted an introduction in any Discord. I can't say as I have either. I've posted in some. I've posted in some. Always have basic info in it, and that's it. Yeah, that's understandable. I'm probably the more active one that's in there, which, I mean, to be honest, that makes sense right now. And I don't imagine ever getting big enough to where I'm not going to be the most active person in it. Do you want group activities? Is that something that you're asking for, Ghost Hawks? Like, want to know more? Talk to me. Okay. It sounded like you were asking for group activities. But you know, if you are, we can potentially arrange some things, but I don't think you want that. Throw ice on the ground. That would do the trick. Hearing a disturbing amount of typing over there. Oh god, my eye is twitching. Buttercup is splashing all over the place today. Oh, did I hear, let's do a round robin list of facts about yourself? Did I post my bad minis? Hey, they're only bad if you feel that way. But if you want to post stuff, man, post stuff. I enjoy looking at all miniatures. I have found very few that I thought have been truly bad. Now, there are some people that I feel shouldn't get paid to paint that do, but I can't say as I've found anybody truly bad. Oh, my second mini I ever painted was a Slight Hell. Yeah, dude, I don't know that, like everyone who paints has those moments. Hell, I've had those moments painting this squad that I've absolutely hated everything about them. Now, granted, part of that is my fault for letting you guys bully me into doing 10 different patterns, but it was Belisarius Call. That was my second mini. That was ambitious, sir. Like, my first mini was a Chaos Legionary. My second model was also a Chaos Legionary. Like I did the full start collecting kit back when it had the Venom crawler in it, and worked my way up to the Venom crawler. Well, it would be fitting for Hellblasters to give you a hellish vibe. That is a fair statement. Cannot argue with that one bit. What have I not done? I need to do the plasma coils. I need to do the lights. Oh, I haven't done all the leathers. I still have leathers to do. Do his belt. Definitely needs to happen. Do you like painting plasma glow? Here's 10 of them. Okay, I do enjoy painting plasma glow. And I'm trying. I've tried I've tried 2 different techniques for doing plasma glow on these guys. I think I've only done one of them actually on stream, and I don't think I can show you either because of how bad my my camera quality is right now. But like I said, I do have a potential fix for that coming up fairly soon. But yeah, so that's how it's going. But yeah, you're right. Like Hellblaster should give you a little bit of hell. I will not paint yet, since I don't have the money or time. But I will eventually. I will definitely ask on Discord for help. Hey man, I am ready to start accepting commissions here soon. So if you want to send me the models, I'll paint them up for you on stream, and then ship them out to you. But yeah, I totally understand not having the time. Oh, you did post. Okay, I have to actually pull this up on my phone now. Here we go. Yeah, it does. I was mostly joking. Oh, you posted in work in progress and not in completed? Is that why it immediately looks deleted? Because the only thing I see is mine. Too many armies to paint. I disagree. There's no such thing as too many armies to paint. There's just not enough time to paint them. Okay, so now it's over here. Oh, that is a tiny picture on my phone. You did Nighthawk? Is that what I'm seeing? I can't see that for shit on my phone. Why do you say I'm a bad influence? What have I said that's a bad influence? I didn't speak any mistruths. I'm no bad influence. That's a hell of a call. That's not fair. That is not a fair statement. I was purposefully bullying him. Yeah, sure. Chat's only good influences. Yeah, that's how I ended up with 10 different patterns on my fucking Hellblasters. Look, no, okay. So Pope came in town to visit. I'm gonna go ahead and tell the story. He might get upset with me in the future, but I'm okay with it. Pope came into town and we were hanging out, and we went to the Forge World store. That's not too far from here, and they had some Dimecurons. I think that's what they're called, that are no longer viable in the game. But they had some of those, and I don't know how, but I ended up convincing him to buy 2 of those, and like I think it was a start collecting kit. Not a start collecting, the Combat Patrol for Votan, and a couple of other models as well. Like in one day in like 3 different stores. So that was me purposely being a little bit of a bad friend, but but saying that there's no such thing as too many armies to paint, I don't think that's being a bad influence. Like I said, the matter just becomes whether or not you have the time to work on them. I personally have nothing but time, so I can work on whatever. I don't necessarily have the funds to do so. But time is not something I'm short on. And eventually, whenever I get back to work on the Death Guard models that I have not painted, or even taken out of their box yet, that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, you just keep posting more stuff, don't you, brother? I can't see them real well on my phone right now because I'm also trying to like focus on talking to you guys. But I'm definitely going to check those photos out. You should work on Dark Eldar instead. Are you talking to me or him? I need to figure out what basing theme to go with. Yes, Thousand Suns Army. With the hobby block. Okay, yeah. Me? Why do I need to work on Dark Eldar? Explain that. Defend yourself. Why do I need to be working on Dark Eldar? I don't have any Dark Eldar. Well, I do. I have a Lilith Hexprix that I want to redo because I don't like the way that she looks right now. But why? Why do I need to work on? They are superior. Why? No. Because I need actual reasons, gentlemen. Can't you just saying because? Because is not a reason. Don't you dare say anything. Why is Drakari something I need to work on? They're so hard for me to find in this area as is. Like seemingly nobody carries them because, frankly, they've not updated in 20 years. So why would anybody carry them? But yeah, I need reason why I need to be working on these things. And if I did, like, what color scheme am I going with? I'm not gonna go. They are not weak, unlike the Space Marines. But Space Marines are plentiful. All right, Ghost Hawks. That's a compelling argument. There are the Hellions that, but Space Marines are boring. But Space Marines are plentiful. There's tons of different. There's so many of the same guy with different guns. Well, right. Like I've got my Death Guard that I also work on. That, frankly, I think I do a pretty good job with. Y'all may disagree with that fact, but I think I do a good job with my Death Guard. They should be. You should be able to access those down in my my Instagram should be down there if y'all want to take a look at them. But yeah, overdone. See that? There you go, DJ. That's a model I've thought about doing. I don't know her name. But yeah, I've considered doing that one as well as the giant snake version of her. Yeah, that one. It has been a consideration. I just haven't wanted to pay for the model. Paying for that model seems very daunting. Oh, I'm not doing this right. I need to thin that down more. That's probably... That's one of those big squishy rat boys, isn't it? Yeah. Like I said, I've definitely considered doing Drukari. Like I said, I did do a Lilith Hesperix a while back. It's pretty bad. It was also a real early model of mine, though. I think I can do a lot better with it now. So I'm probably going to strip the model and repaint it altogether. I have a few models that I feel that way about that I want to just flat out strip and redo. So you definitely have that to look forward to. So I like Drukari is something that I may do, and I've got some Drukari STLs that I've been considering printing up and working on. The only problem with them is I'm really worried that they're just gonna snap when I try to whenever I try to work on them, because they're very small, very, very spindly. You're good, man. Like I said, like if you want to post. You want to chat with people? You want to chat. Like I'm not gonna. Like it's there to share. Otherwise, it would just be like an announcements bar or some stupid shit like that. And nobody wants that. Like I announced the other day that like we were potentially going to lose power. We had a giant bolt of lightning that like shook our apartment. Like half a mile from here. On Thursday, whenever I was streaming. And I was really worried that we were going to lose power just out of nowhere. So, like, that's why I posted on there. There was like, hey, we're probably going to lose power. But yeah. Not happy with the Vegetable Man, but was a nice learning model, I guess. Hey, in my opinion, if you're learning with each of your models, you're doing good. Hello, Krabby. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. You're helping me lock in that potential goal for affiliate. So thank you very much for coming in and giving me the follow. I don't know if you're still here or not, because I've gotten some weird ones that have hopped in and followed and hopped out, and I haven't known what to think about that. There's no C's in my list anymore, so that's possible. Okay, I think aside from like doing the plasma effects on this guy, I think he's basically done. I'm really looking forward to you guys actually seeing what these helmets look like. I wish you could see them better on screen, on stream. There's more of a layering effect I've got on these helms, and I think they look better than their actual like Primaris helmets. And I'm really looking forward to you guys seeing those. Okay, so you're the gray arms. You're this guy's bro. No, sorry. You're this guy's bro. I appreciate it. I'm really... Oh. Why are you so ugly right now to me? I need to... There's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen on this guy. But thanks for saying so. I'm enjoying doing these guys. I'm not... the multiple patterns that I don't remember who was the one who pushed me into that. I'm liking doing the multiple patterns because it's making them less boring. It's making it harder for me to fall asleep while working on them. So whoever was the one who bullied me into that decision, thank you. So this is, I think, is he one of my... Yeah, he's my quartered guy. To do 10 patterns for each of the armors instead of instead of like sticking with one, they're custom. This is the Chroniclers. This is my own custom chapter that are unique to me. Which is one of the reasons why we're getting away with the whole doing so many different patterns on all of the different rooms. Because it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, the decision for me to do each guy on here with the different pattern. Instead of, because originally what was going to happen was we were going to choose between 3 different patterns. And when we did, y'all well, I don't know how many of you it was, but there was a collective decision that everybody was liking doing the multiple patterns for each guy. So we came up with additional patterns. Like I said, I think Varencroc was part of that decision. But he's always quick to tell me that I'm lying. I have so many notifications about bullshit. Domino's, I'm not ordering food from you today. Leave me alone. But yeah, this is my custom chapter of pseudo renegade Marines. And I say pseudo renegade because they like their biggest thing is they like to work with Xenos. They're not super prejudiced like the rest of the Imperium is. I'm trying to get a good look at this. The DJ sent. Really hard for me to see. Oh, I see why you call him Vegetable Man. There's a lot of green in there. That's getting thicker. Okay, why do you call him Vegetable Man? I mean, he's kinda got an unripened tomato look to him. From time to time, my mind went vegetable mode. Oh, okay. Like I said, he kind of looks like an unripe tomato, but no, I understand that. And that happens to me too. Like, that's just a thing that happens. And for a second mini ever is a bit much. That's an imposing model to do for like your second model ever. That is a very, like, I haven't even done a call yet. The only Mechanicus that I've done is the weird ostrich thing that they have. The weird ostrich walker that I don't remember what it's called. That's the only Mechanicus that I've ever done. That is a lot to do early on, especially if you don't sub-assembly him. Yeah, he does look very sub-assembly friendly. I've stopped doing a lot of sub-assemblies though, honestly. I've gotten to a point of doing most of my models all in one piece. Mostly because a lot of times I find myself having trouble gluing them together. After the fact, to be fair, I think most, if not all of my minis are not that beginner friendly. Like I said, Call definitely not. Call is not a beginner friendly model. Is that a Night Haunt? I feel like that's a Night Haunt. The ghosty dude that you got, that's your first one listed. The flowiness of that is challenging. You did a really good job of blending the purple into the blue of the cloak, though. Like, that's I don't know that I could make that blend as well as you did. Let's see, what is this thing? That's another Age of Sigma. See, your blends go together a lot better than mine do. I'm really terrible at blend. The Marathi is definitely a challenging one, and the big rat boys that you've got there, those are also you choose ambitious models. Cruel Gast. Slater. Yeah, but, right. No, I wasn't asking for the name of the model. I was asking for his faction. I believe his faction is Nighthaunt. But yeah, you choose a lot of ambitious models. Which there's nothing wrong with that. There's no reason to not choose ambitious models. If you want to work on them, work on them. Like, doing the difficult ones is definitely going to be what helps you improve your skill the fastest. Because you have to start forcing yourself to think about certain things that are less of a necessity with, stuff like Space Marines. Space Marines, you don't have to do a lot of thinking. They're kind of paint by numbers. So, oh yeah, I bet they're a good time sink. I bet you put a ton of time into those. You probably put as much time into one of those models as I've done to this whole kit so far. Okay, I'm gonna take. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I am gonna use the restroom. I need to walk around for a second, make sure that my legs don't lock up. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So yeah, we're just a quick break, 1 or 2 minutes, just to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I have to remind myself to take breaks, otherwise, by the end of the stream, I'm just in ungodly amounts of pain. And then have to pee for like 20 minutes. So yeah. I have to remember to take breaks every so often, just to make sure that my body doesn't lock up on me or anything like that. Okay. Oh, we were talking about DJ's Minis. That's what we were talking about. So, if I remember my times correctly, the first mini took 14 hours to paint. And then it only went... Oh, boy. Painted as one. Yeah, I bet it was. 14 hours for the first mini? Well, again, you do take ambitious model. That kind of makes sense. My first model that I painted was, like I said, it was a Black Legion, or a Chaos Legionary from the Start Collecting box, and I painted him without priming. Because at the time, I did not follow any tutorials on how to paint, or anything like that. I had no idea that primer was a thing, because I didn't know what I was doing. And yeah, it was god-awful. I went back and repainted that and like painted another one of those kits like a year later. It was so much better. My first model was a dwarf. Okay. I can genuinely say I've never painted a dwarf. Can say that in all sincerity. I have never painted it. Never played Warhammer. Hey, just because you paint doesn't mean you have to play. There's a whole side of things for people who don't want to play. Let my first mini be as... I let my first mini be as is, though. No, I'm not saying like... I'm not saying like I went back a year later and repainted the same models. Like I bought another kit and did them again so I could compare them. Like that's what I was saying. Like I have the ability now to go back and look at my models and strip those that I don't like and repaint them. But those aren't the ones that I'm concerned like that I want to see growth in. Like I have my Lilith Hexbricks. I painted that model in probably 4 hours, and that's why it's not up to my standards, because I didn't put enough time into it. I have some Space Marines out of Indominus like that. I was just going through the motions. They're not up to my standards anymore. And so it's not so much that I want to go back and I want to like repaint all those kits. It's I don't need those as a comparison anymore. Like I still have my original ones that I've done. I've got my original Orc Start Collecting box, and I probably will never strip it. I'll probably never repaint it because it's one that I did super early on in painting, and it is something I can use to gauge my advancement. But there's other things that are just like stuff that are just blocked in colors. Maybe did a little panel lining with some contrast or a wash or two. But they're not really, there's not really effort put into them. That I don't care about those. Those are ones that I'm perfectly willing to go back and redo and not feel bad about it. Squad was like $40 in 2001. I wonder what it would cost me. I think my third mini took us the longest so far. I can see that. That one looks like a time-consuming one. I mean, you haven't done the other half of the Marathi box, so that'll probably take forever. Depending on how you want to do that. $40 hours? Okay, yeah. totally believable. Whenever I go and do my Dexessa, I think that's what her name is. I know she's going to take me a long time. Whenever I go in and do my Mortarion, I know that's going to take a long time. I'm dreading the day that I decide to break out the Everchosen. I bought that box a while back, and I'm still too afraid to work on him. That's very much one that I don't want to break that one out yet, just because that dragon is. Sorry, for some reason, a major wave of fatigue just hit me. I am trying to do my best. It's not working out well. Blending and then Everchosen. You think that's what I should do? You think I should do my skin tone project and then work on the Everchosen? And again, I'm a baby when skill wise. I mean, you haven't done many, so you're still pretty new to everything. I do have the Everchosen as well on the dragon. Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to the Everchosen. I've had that one for years now, because it's such a cool model. But I'm not looking forward to doing the Everchosen because that model still terrifies me. I've done so many things that are super complex, like Magnus. Magnus was probably a 25-hour model, and I loved every minute of it. But even compared to that, the Everchosen is so outlandish. Though I'm not happy with my my Mortarion, my Forge World Mortarion that did it. I'm not happy with that model. I feel like I could have done much better with that, but I don't think I put enough effort into it. So yeah, there's that matter as well. But yeah, the Everchosen is gonna be wild. But I do have my my skin tone project coming up that I guess I don't want to promise the Everchosen. I'm never gonna promise that model, but I could theoretically attempt it. But after doing skin tones, I'm gonna want to take a break. Like I'm gonna want to do some easy stuff after that. It is sleepy time for me. Have a great stream. Gonna lurk. Hey, thanks for coming, Varen Croc. Very much enjoyed having you here. I appreciate the lurk. Have a good night, man. Next one's gonna be the Northern Emissary. Dude, you may want to try another Tyranid first. Just saying. You may want to do something simple before doing the Northern Emissary. Tyranids are fucking crazy. Probably do Dexessa next, or paint Dexessa first. Yeah, I'll probably paint Dexessa before I paint the Everchosen, but we'll see. Will you post the update later of the whole squad? So what I'm gonna end up doing, Varen Croc, is whenever I get everything finished, like whenever I get the sergeant finished and everything, I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna get out my HD 4K camera, and I'm gonna take proper like showpiece pictures, and then I'll post those. I will post those in the Discord as well as on my Instagram. So you will be able to see these all finished out in their final appearance. And since they are all unique in some sense, they will all be getting their own individual photos. So it's not going to be like a squad photo and then one just for the sergeant, because all of these guys are different. All of them will be getting their own individual photos for whenever they're finished. So yeah, that's there will be photos that whenever everything's done. Mate, so far have only chosen pain. Well, I'll just run it down. Yeah, well, might turn out bad, might turn out horrible, could be fun. It'll definitely be fun. See, okay, DJ. The reason I say you may want to try an easier Tyranid first is not to save you the pain of doing the Norn Emissary. It's going to be pain. Like I've done a few Tyranids, and I look at the Norn Emissary, and that one would hurt me doing it, and I've been painting for years now. So like I'm not saying that it's not going to be a challenge. I say you may want to do a regular Tyranid first, so that you'll be happy with the color scheme you choose. Like, unless you decide you want to do it like an established scheme, in which case, go ahead and dive in. But if you want to choose like your own colors to do for your Tyranids, I would advise doing a smaller one first to see whether you like it or not. If you're okay with the color palette, better to fix one model than 20. Like I said, I'm just saying like doing one. I'm not saying like get a kit of like 20 fucking Termagants and painting up all the Termagants. I'm saying do one model. Like, hell, my idea with this squad was I was going to do one guy. I was going to do one guy in a couple of different patterns, and then I was going to redo him later whenever we decided on a pattern. It's just, with Tyranids, it can be one of those kind of situations where it can be a great paint job, but you still hate it because you don't like where you put the colors. That's what I'm saying. What I have in mind is like purple goes to red on the top with the claw things, slowly going into green or something. That's a lot of blending. A lot of blending. I mean, looking at your blending though, you do a pretty good job of blending. I think you do. I imagine a lot of wet blending, don't you? Like looking at your models, they look very much like you do a lot of wet blending. If I'm not mistaken. I try to wet blend, yeah. I struggle with wet blending. I paint very thin. So a lot of the times whenever, like, not long after the paint hits the model, it's already dry. And that's really why I can go through and just continuously paint the same things over and over. Because my paint dries very quickly. So yeah, that's why why I struggle with that so much. I tried doing some wet blending whenever I did what's he called? Not Vastor, the other one, Bellicor. When I already did my Bellicor, I tried some wet blending for his sword. It didn't go great. It went all right, but it didn't go great. Just need some spiny Steelers. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the new Gene Steelers are pretty nice. They're good. But yeah, like doing the Carapace is going to be kind of challenging because it loves the new Necromunda models. You fucker. I actually. Okay, so the actual Gene Stealers, like the Gene Stealers, the actual Tyranid Gene Stealers that are in that kit, I like because they're so because of the feral zombie look that they have. The dudes, the human Gene Stealers that are in that, I hate them. I hate them. They're so boring. I hate them. They're so unnecessary. Like I said, there's so many lore implications. It's gonna that could turn badly very quickly, and like Necromunda could be easily written out of the lore altogether because of that decision to add Gene Stealers to Necromunda. I don't agree with that decision whatsoever. But that's the route that they want to go with. Do you like the floating tick sack thing? Okay, so I didn't notice them as Gene Stealers when I was watching the actual release video, or not the release video, the preview video, originally all I saw was the little ball sack guys. And my immediate thought was not Tyranids or Gene Stealers or anything like that. My immediate thought when I saw those little ball sacks was that they were enslavers. That's what I thought those were at first. And I thought if that was the case, that was a really bold move. But then they decided to go Gene Stealers, and it was just disappointing. So I like the idea of them. A lot of people think ball sacks are enslavers. Yeah, all right. That's a fair thing to say. But yeah, no, I like those. Okay, they're interesting somewhat. They're more interesting than the human gene stealers that they've added in, because it's like, oh, they're slightly zombified and they're mutated and blah 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 blah. It's like, yeah, they're gene stealers. That's the nature of gene stealers. When are we talking about like the Tyranid gene stealers that they've got as a part of the kit? Like, those actually look like something has happened to them. Like, there's a level of interest that's been put into them. For the most part, like the little forearm gene stealers you can get for Tyranid kits, I don't really pay much attention to. Mostly because the original kit was like 30 years old when they finally retired it. So they're like, the cannon fodder enemies don't interest me that much. But for now, I have 2 more Storm Fiends to finish. Yeah, you've got the Rat Boys you've got to get done. That's definitely a challenge. Vansar seem weird to me compared to the other games. Okay. I don't know a lot of the Necromunda lore, so I cannot comment on that. I like the models. I know those are 2 different gangs that are going in, though. I did hear them say that those are 2 different gangs. You've got one gang that's going in to prove themselves as combatants, and then you have the other gang that's going in to recover artifacts and artworks and shit like that. So like, the big guys are there to prove themselves, and the little guys are there for plunder and treasure. And I like both. I really do. I like both of the ones that are in there. So I don't know if I'm going to end up getting the full box set when it comes out. That might be one of those I wait for them to get their individual releases. And possibly paint some of those up. I don't know. I have so much in my backlog right now, it's not even funny. Because like, I've got like I don't have all of Leviathan. I've got most of Leviathan that needs to be done. I sold off the fodder that's in it, so I don't have those to work on. I've got all but like 3 models of Cursed City that need to be painted. So at some point in time, I'll need to actually buckle down and do that. I've got so much from the Borderlands board game that I need to work on. I've got the Night Abominant launch box, like the army box that the Night Abominant came in. I've got that, so I've got like him and the 2 little Warhounds or War Dog Knights, whatever they're called, that need to get done. Haven't opened up that box at all. I've got a squad of Beast Snagaboys that need to be done. I don't know that I don't know what my Marine situation looks like. I think, like I said, I've got Leviathan, but I think I have one other independent box. Can't remember. I could be completely lying about that fact. But yeah, I've got so many things. Oh yeah, and I've got my Warhound Titans for Legions Imperialis that I need to work on. Those are models I want to get done. I made pictures of what I still need to picture. Okay. Put them somewhere? Okay, so that's that rat boy. That's the introduce yourself, that's the thing. I don't see anything. Yeah, I've got tons of stuff that I need. I need to paint. Like Rain was saying, like I've got the Dexessa, I've got Mortarion, I've got the Ever Chosen. Like those are all things that need to get worked on that I've had for years that need to get touched. There's a lot. And that's after I removed all of the Ravage Star models from my backlog. Like I worked on a couple of the Ravage Star models. I really hated working on them, so I ended up selling off that entire thing because I did the original Veiled Touch release that was like $500 for. Admittedly, like it came out I think to like $2 a model when everything was said and done. Like there was a shit ton of models in there. I painted 3 of them. And hated every minute of it. Like hated working on them whenever they were done. I hated the way that they looked. They were very much over detailed. Like Chaos Space Marines have a lot of detail as it is. They ain't got nothing on the armies of the Veil Touched. It's insane. So yeah, I ended up selling all of those. But those aren't in my backlog anymore. I've got, like I said, I've got the Borderlands board game. I've got an expansion from the what's it called? The Bloodborne board game. I've got an expansion out of that I need to work on. I've done one model out of it that I submitted for a Halloween contest. But I've only done one of the ones out of it so far. And then hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of STLs that need to get printed and painted. Like there's this one by Parasite Collectibles that I really need to get done. It's a Great Unclean One surrogate, but it's probably the best one I've ever seen. So I've got that needs that I want to. I've already done all of the cutting for it as well. Like I've sliced it and it's ready to print. It's even on my printer. I just need to tell it to. But I don't know that I have enough resin to do that. I could name them, but that would be list. I believe you. I think that's kind of what this hobby does to you. You start finding all these cool models you want to work on, and then so you buy them and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna work on this, and then like 6 months goes by and it's like, oh my god, why do I have so many of these? So I can see that happening pretty easily. Like that's what happened to me. Like I've got so many models that it's like, oh yeah, I got this because I really want to work on this, and never even open the box. It's like, oh well, I'm working on something else right now. Just never got to it. Like one thing I need to do is I need to go through and I've got 2 STLs that I've printed out for my skin tone project that I need to get zenithalled because I do think that that's going to help me with this project, is zenithalling those. I usually don't zenithal my models, but because of the nature of this project, I think it will help. So I need to get that done, and I haven't taken the time for that. There's a lot of work that needs to get done for this stream that's not actually being on stream and painting. It's so astronomical how quickly you're discovering things that you need done. Not saying I'm not enjoying it. Like I am. I'm enjoying almost all of this process. Like while we've been sitting here, Rain's been doing some work on some stuff that looks really good so far. that we'll hopefully be able to show you soon. I want to keep some stuff a little bit secret, but yeah, Rain's been working on some stuff, and yeah, like we've just got a ton of stuff on the list. It's like, oh yeah, we need to do this. Oh, we need to do this, and it just keeps adding. There's just so much that needs to get done for one reason or another that it's really quite surprising. Like the big ones I have to paint are Mortarion, Magnus, Angron, Nagash, Archeon, Everchosen, Storm Search, Dexessa, and more. Yeah, I've got most of those. Like, I don't have the Nagash, and I will probably never work on a Nagash. And I don't have Angron, even though one day I will work on Angron. But yeah, that's a lot of... Those are a lot of real big models. So best of luck to you, man. They do! They look phenomenal. Sorry, I have to get a drink because I can feel my throat drying out. And that would be very, very bad for me to suddenly stop being able to speak while being on stream. Because, let's face it, if y'all aren't here to listen to me make a fool of myself, then why are you here? Don't want to mess them up. See, that's why I haven't started a lot of them. Like, that exact same feeling that you've got there, man, is why I haven't started a lot of mine. Is I don't want to mess them up. To be fair, the Mortarion and such are more later when I'm better. See, like I've already done my Magnus, and I like my Magnus. I'm very proud of my Magnus. My Mortarion is a little intimidating me, not because of the majority of the model, but because of the wings. It's the wings on him that are frightening to me. I don't know how y'all feel. But yeah, when it comes to Mortarion, like I want to be able to do something special with those giant moth wings that he has, and that's the intimidating factor that I run into, is trying to find a way to make those look really good. Like whenever I was doing Magnus, his wings also intimidated me once I realized like what they entailed, and that was a lot. His muscles were the main thing that got me though, and I found being my biggest time sink was going in and doing his actual skin. I want to create the eyes in the wing Mortarion. That is ambitious. And with Magnus, I want to do kind of the galaxy thing. Yeah, those are both very ambitious statements of things that you want to do. The galaxy is probably a little bit easier. You can probably... That one's a lot easier to fake. You can kind of take the same technique of doing like marble... like doing marble bases. You can probably take that same technique to do like galaxy... do galaxy wings for Magnus. It's just going to be a matter of blending that correctly, and then essentially doing some white splatter to do the stars. But yeah, very, very ambitious things that you're wanting to do there. The wings were difficult on Magnus, but probably where I actually had the most difficulty on him was, like I said, was his skin, and then his stupid horn nipples. I had a lot of issue with those because I tried to use some brown panel liner because they're etched. Like you don't really see the etch in the photos or anything, but they're etched, and I wanted to define that etch with some brown panel liner, and then actually getting it in was very challenging. They didn't behave the way that I thought that they would, or how I wanted them to. So yeah. Yeah, no, I understand why. I understand why you say later. Like you could, like you, if you wanted to, you could use Mortarion as a good, like the main body, like his armor and whatnot, as a good jumping off point, and then you can set the model aside while you do other work to improve other aspects of your talent, and then come back to do the wings. But you could absolutely use Mortarion's armor as a good practice. With Marathi the sisters, there is gold, but that just doesn't want to rest into. Yeah, that's one approach. I mean, you can always use washes or contrast paints. Morthy on the stairs. I'm sorry, my brain is really foggy right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've got some serious brain fog right now, and I'm not entirely sure what's causing it. And it's annoying the piss out of me. So I may misread things. On the stairs, yeah. No, I understand. Like I said, like careful usage of contrast paints is good for doing details like that. Like select usage of washes. There we go. Is also a good way of doing that. I don't know that I necessarily would say do it with Citadel washes, because Citadel washes don't like to behave through recesses, but contrast paints work really well for that, for like doing any kind of lining or anything. I have yet to buy a wash. See, you should. You really should. They really help bring out some details and stuff. Like they don't, like, not on these that I'm working on right now. That I'm not going to use any washes on. But I've definitely had some works that I've gone through after the fact and used washes on. My Vashtor is a great example of that. My Vashtor and my Karn the Betrayer. I used washes on both of their armors and then came back in and did touch-ups to get rid of some like the coffee standing and whatnot. But it really helps with that that vignette kind of feeling around like the edges of their armor and things like that. Like on my Karn, his armor has a lot more definition because I used some washes on that, and then I came back in with like the same color and gone over it, so it worked out really well. So yeah, washes are a great thing for pulling out definition or working in recesses and things like that. So absolutely something you should consider. The Citadel washes are good. Like, I know you haven't asked yet. The Citadel washes are good washes. Their older formulation, I feel, is better, but that's... And I don't think that I'm unique in that opinion. I think a lot of people find their old formulation to be better. Their new ones are decent enough. My personal favorite as far as washes goes is from Proacryl. I think they've kind of figured out... They only make 3 washes. They make a black wash, a brown wash, and a flesh wash. And their black wash is probably one of the best washes I've ever used. The other 2 are okay, but the black wash is really amazing. Army Painter, supposedly with their new formulation for their Fanatics lineup, Army Painter's washes are supposedly really good now as well. So there's something you could also look into possibly. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't say to shy away from washes, especially as just starting out. So far, I have mainly used Vallejo paints and some Citadel contrast paints. I personally don't like Vallejo. I know I'm in the minority on that, because everybody likes to tell me about how great Vallejo is. I'm not crazy about Vallejo. For a few reasons, actually. Because, one, Their paints, their paints don't work well with my painting style. I just don't like the way that they feel, the way that they apply. But the main issue that I have with Vallejo is they're very hard to come by stateside because they only produce paints for the US once a year. So it becomes very challenging to actually acquire Vallejo paint if you're in the US. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not particularly fond of that idea. And then, yeah, it really is. They make, like, they're really easy to get a hold of in Europe. They're decently easy to get a hold of in Australia. They produce paints for the US once a year, and when they run out, they run out. And it becomes impossible for any hobby shops or anything like that to get any kind of restocks or anything. So it's terrible. And it feels like they produce the same amount for the US that they produce for Australia. And there's so fewer people in Australia than there are in the States. So it's okay. It's easy to get them there. It's impossible to get them in the US. It's what they do. They see, the thing is they're an actual, like, they do actual, like, house paints and things like that as well. Like, they're not just like a hobby paint producer like Citadel or Army Painter or any of them are. They don't just produce the hobby paints. They produce real practical use paint as well. So they focus most of their business on their practical use paint, and they do their hobby paints. Like I said, they'll do them in big batches, and that's it. And when it's gone, it's gone. I've not found a single LGS in my area that has carried Vallejo that is happy with the way that they operate. Like the one LGS that I go to that I absolutely love, anytime I need something, they're the ones that I go to. They carried Vallejo whenever the Express paints came out, because Vallejo they promised that they would supply them. They'd be able to keep a continuous supply of Express at the very least. They may struggle with the rest of them, and then they went like 2 months without being able to get a single restock, and then was told everything's back ordered and it's going to be a while before you can get anything. And so they went, "Don't bother, we just won't carry your paint anymore." And then they went and they sold out of the rest of what they had and moved on. So yeah, Vallejo's just not an option for me. But then again, I'm from a place where I can get them. Yeah. I was surprised to find Vallejo at Hobby Lobby. I would be surprised to find Vallejo at Hobby Lobby. There's a chain in my area called Hobby Town that I can find Vallejo at. They only have Vallejo model color though. They don't have game color. They don't have any of the air metallics or any of that. They just have the model color. And I've got a model color kit that's a pretty robust kit. So I don't need model color. If I wanted anything, I'd be wanting the metallics that are impossible to find. And yeah, it's just not. It's not really a thing. So I just don't deal in Vallejo. And like I said, I don't like the feel of their paints to begin with. They have a couple of technicals that I really like. Like they have a verdigris technical and a corrosion technical that I like. But that's about it. As far as their just regular paints go, there's not really any that I care for. At least that I've used. And I did I did a Sylvaneth, not a combat patrol. It was like a little story kit that they put out a couple of years ago that had the one bitch that's it's a tree ghost with a ton of honey on it. I don't remember what her name is. But she came with a bunch of other little tree ghosts. And I painted those up using only Vallejos. And I didn't really care for it. Picked up bottles of various varnishes, no idea what a metal varnish is, and the description said that it was more of a silver color too. I know their air metallics are supposedly some of the best metallics on the market. But I just haven't been able to use them because I can't get them. And I also have a fundamental problem with Hobby Lobby as well. So like that's not somewhere I'm gonna go and I'm gonna shop. So yeah, like that. I have a game color black, but it's too watery, I guess. And then I have a game ink, and goddamn that one. But yeah, inks will usually do a lot of work for you. I know, who is it? Chimera has a Kickstarter right now for an acrylic ink set that is live, and they say that they're good for any aspect of painting. It's like supposedly you can paint them, you can use them directly as paint, you can thin them down and use them as glazes and washes, and all that kind of stuff. Supposedly, that's supposedly they're really good. I haven't actually seen any real reviews on it. I haven't seen anybody get any kind of sample kits for that. I just saw the Kickstarter come up the other day, and they looked really interesting. They did. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they looked really interesting. But I want to try actual Chimera paints first before I get into anything like that. And I haven't wanted to pull the trigger on buying Chimeras just because they're so expensive. Since with the game color one, I need to apply like 4 to 5 times before it actually covers. What are you applying it over? You said it was a black. Did I read that wrong? I have a game color black, but it's too watery. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. A black that has an issue with coverage. Are you sure it's a game color and not an express color? Why are you putting a watery black over white? That is okay. That's part of your problem. So white does not like to go over black, and black does not like to go over white. There's a free lesson for you. Those are two colors that don't get along with covering one another. So you're gonna have to get used to that if you want to keep doing it. I personally base or prime in all black most of the time, so it's not really a concern of mine. Easier to apply an intermediate color like brown or gray. Yes, thank you, Ghost Talks. That's actually a very wise thing to say. It definitely is easier to put a brown or a gray over and then do your black. Because you will get fewer layers. Like with these guys. Like I tried I did try to do this orange directly over the black, and it did not work out well at all. But then I did do a bad layer, like not a full coverage layer, like a bad layer of white over this black. It was very patchy, but then did the orange over it, and it went over very smoothly, and it took very, very few layers to get it all done. So if you're trying to do black directly over white, you're going to have a bad time. If, like Ghost Hawk said, you do a gray or a brown, and then you do your black over the white, it'll probably come out smoother. It'll also take like a lot fewer layers. But it's totally up to personal preference. If you like torturing yourself, hey, go for it. Who am I to stop you? But I personally don't enjoy doing it. Which is why my sergeant over there that I've been working on, that I did some off-camera work on, he was a real pain in the ass. Because I was trying to prime black over white, or white over black, and it did not go well at all. Nah, but the game color black is more watery in general. Well, see, you're going to run into consistency issues in every paint range. I I don't feel like any of the black, because there's a lot of different blacks in model color and game color. Like they've got so many different shades of black or finishes of black. You're gonna run into consistency issues between different paints, regardless of what paint range you're working in. Like I work primarily in Pro Acryl, and I have some that are really really thick, and some that they're really really thin. Like I have there are two different whites in the Pro Acryl paint range. There's bold titanium white and there's heavy titanium white. They are the exact same color with the exact same finish. The bold titanium white, which is the one I get the most usage out of, is very very thin, whereas the heavy titanium white is ungodly thick and is a real pain in the ass to work with. But they both come out with the same color. They both have similar coverage. It's just they're very different consistencies. The heavy titanium white has a lot more options when it comes to thinning it because it is so thick. But nothing nothing like what you see with, like I said, the bold titanium white. It's so that one is ridiculously thin. And then if you leave it out on the palette like I do, because in all reality I should refresh my palette more often than I do. It's just I'm a stubborn ass in the way that I do things. Because like the paper that I use is technically washable, and I could go through and I could wash the paint off of the palette and then restart, which is really what I do before every stream. Is I will go in and I'll actually clean my palette. I'll clean my water cups, and I'll do all that before I flip the stream on to make sure that I'm as best prepared as I can be. But I should honestly probably do that like part of the way through the stream as well. So there is that. Which right now I need to freshen up the water a bit. Just need to take a drink. I'm drying out very quickly now. Since I took the break, and I guess that was an hour ago. I guess I'm just not hydrating like I should. That felt good. Helian Tuck gave you a shout out to 22 viewers. I did not see that. That was 2 hours ago, though. I did not see that. So with all of them, I just wing it. No, I get it. It takes getting used to your paints, man. Like So right now I'm doing a lot of work with Army Painter Fanatics because it just came out. And I've been very curious about how the paints are going to feel, how they're going to flow, how they're going to cover, all that kind of stuff. I'm seeing a ridiculous amount of variance from one paint to the next when working with these. And I thought I just refreshed that. Did I not? I'm seeing a lot of variance from one paint to the next for a lot of these, and I'm not really that happy with that. I feel like these should be a lot more consistent than they are. But I am enjoying the coverage. I'm enjoying the colors. Sometimes they take a few more layers than I think that they should. And I think that's just, again, it comes down to that consistency aspect of it, is they're just not as consistent from one bottle to the next as that they really should be. I haven't gotten a lot of usage out of the Army Painter Speed Paints that came out a little while back. Supposedly those were really good. The only ones that I've gotten were the 1.0 model. I have not gotten the 2.0 versions of the Speed Paints. So mine are the ones that have a real bad reactivation issue. But then at the same time, I haven't really used them because I don't use a lot of contrast paint or speed paint in my painting anymore. I used to use them all the time. But I've kind of gotten away from using contrast or speed paint just because it doesn't suit the way I want to paint anymore. not to say that you shouldn't. Like I use contrast from time to time for specific jobs. Like I have their the contrast Black Legion paint that is really good for panel lining. So I have that I use. The Skeleton Horde contrast paint is phenomenal for doing bone. Like doing a real light layer of like Wraithbone or something like that, and then doing Skeleton Horde over that. It looks really good. So, like, I'm not saying I don't use those. It's just I don't have a lot of cause to use them anymore. Because I do find myself wanting to go through the enjoyment of the painting, of actually doing the shading myself and all that kind of stuff, which isn't really... You don't get that opportunity when you use contrast paints, because their entire function is to speed things along for you. Make it so that you can have all your stuff painted and get ready to go onto the tabletop as quickly as possible. And while that's not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination, it is something that happens. I don't know why the cat has suddenly decided to yell at us. But that's a thing that's happening now. Okay. How close are we? There's a pretty good possibility of me going back here in a second and doing all the plasma on these guys. Not that y'all will really be able to see, because like this plasma is just base coated, whereas this plasma is done. And I'm gonna look over there. I mean, yeah, I guess you can kind of see it, but I'm gonna probably go back and do all the plasma on all these guys. It is looking like, because I only got like an hour left in the stream. I might get started on the Sergeant. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. With the rats, I tried to do something funny. Okay, what funny did you try to do with the rats? I am degrading much faster than I thought I was going to. This is also my first stream. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna state this, and y'all can do with this what you will. This is my first stream that I've done without an energy drink, and I am definitely feeling it. I need to. I probably need to have something to boost me during these streams. So I thought I was gonna do better. I've been kind of weaning. I've been kind of weaning myself to use caffeine less and less. But I'm not doing too great this stream. I probably should have had something. Tried to create veins, and that there's some weapons flowing through it. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, they are kind of veiny already, so it makes sense for them for like with how bulgy they are, for you to want to do some vein work. You know, like the Bane in Batman, where he uses the thing to. Yeah. Like I said, with how bulgy they are, it makes it totally makes sense for you to want to go in and do that kind of thing. Mainly because they got pumped with Warpstone. Yeah. Like I said, I know I totally understand where you're coming from with that. Not with only there being. Sorry, Rain's asking if they should run out and get me an energy drink, and I don't think with how much stream I've got left, I don't know that that's necessarily necessary. I don't think that we need to do that. I just need to kind of push myself through. So I tried to see how it looks. No. I experiment on a lot of on my models. I'll try something. Hell, I've done some models just for the sheer sake of trying out a different technique that I've never used, or something like that, or like focusing on specific colors. Like you, don't try to push too hard, mate. No. No, I shouldn't be as tired as I am. That's what my problem. That's how I'm feeling right now. It's 5:30. Like it's 5:30 in the afternoon. There's no excuse for me to be as tired as I am. And I'm just it really comes down to I probably should have taken a nap before stream. Because I do that sometimes. Sometimes I'll take a nap before I go to stream. Yeah, it's just 5:30. Like in the afternoon. So I mean, what is that? That's on 24-hour time, 17:30. If that's where you're coming from, because I know some of y'all use 24-hour time, and so yeah, 17:30 for those of you who are 24-hour time. But yeah, it's 5:30 p.m. for me. To be fair, here it's 12:30 a.m. Well, yeah, but see, that's what I mean. Is it's not that late. Like, I haven't been awake enough today to justify the way that I am feeling right now. So that's what my biggest issue is. I'm gonna start working on some of these plasma effects. I'm gonna have to redo some of these guys. I'm gonna start working on these plasma effects, which I'm looking at and realizing I'm even a step ahead of where I need to be. I've got to do his little front vents on him as well. What has got you so paranoid, huh? You've heard me use the vortex before. Or my cat's looking at me like I'm fucking insane, and I'm doing things that she's never seen before. So, yeah, like I said, in my opinion, it's too early for me to be feeling like this, but I'm not so bad that I'm like falling asleep here at the desk. So I'm not too worried right now. Well, are you doing stuff that the cat hasn't seen before? No, like I said, like I was spinning up a paint on my vortex mixer, and she's watched me do this before. I don't know what she's wigging out about. Because these are all things that have been done in front of her. Now, sometimes whenever I've talked about this already. DJ, you weren't here for this, but I broke my airbrush. So one thing I did to her, just really honestly, was to mess with her. Was I took the airbrush off the hose and turned on the compressor, so it's just kind of pumping air directly out of the hose, and that kind of freaks her out. I thought it was funny, but she disagreed. Because it doesn't come out like real fast or anything. It's just a little putter, and she doesn't like it though. But yeah, she's seen me use the vortex. Like, I've got it right here. It's like slightly on camera. I can move it a little bit more. The cord's pretty short, but like, I have my little vortex right here that I'm mixing up my paint with. Just to try to make sure it's as good as it can be. Yeah. I think it's like the most common one that people have. And it looks so much slower on camera than it does in real life. It's real funny. So yeah, some of these paints, for whatever reason, feel really thick with the agitator that's in the... See, you're staring at me like I'm being crazy again. I'm not being crazy. I'm shaking paint. You know what this is. I'm shaking paint. Like, the agitator feels real thick in here. Like this paint's not going to move. But then whenever I put it down on the palette, it flows like crazy. I don't understand it. But this is the next step for the plasma. Let's step up a little bit. I don't have like a defined way that I do my plasma effects yet, because used to, like, literally before I actually started working on this kit, all I would do was I would use like an orange contrast, or I would use a blue contrast, or a green contrast, or something like that. I would just use a contrast paint to do the plasma coils, whereas now I'm actually putting some effort into the plasma coils for all of these guys. I'm likely with the sergeant gonna do, because he has two different plasma guns. He's got a plasma pistol and the plasma rifle. For him, I will likely do two different colors of plasma. So his rifle will be like everybody else's, where it has the blue plasma. But I was thinking about doing a green plasma for his pistol, because I think that would look good. But I haven't totally decided if I want to do that, or if I'm just going to do it the same as the rifles with the blue. Not really a way to tell that until I start doing it. So y'all understand? Bobble off the end. Which also, and I don't understand this, maybe those of you out there who paint can explain this to me, because I don't understand it. I don't understand the licking the paintbrush. I've seen so many people who do that, who will, while they're painting, they'll stick their brush in their mouth and then they'll keep going. And I've never understood why people do that. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So, can y'all answer that question? If any of you do it, I would sure. No, no. I think it's just to reform the tip of the brush. See, I just dip it in the water and then use it on like a wet paper towel. Like, I don't need to go through the whole effort of licking the tip or anything like that. It doesn't work for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Usually point the tip again. I told Viv to whirl it on the palette. See that? Yeah. Yeah, whirl it on the palette. Like I said, whenever I'm not happy with the tip, I'll dunk it back in my water, wash the brush a little bit to make sure the pigment doesn't get too down into the barrel to like start causing other problems. And then I've got a wet paper towel. I think you can see my wet paper towel right here, but I've got my wet paper towel that's pretty well soaked. And I'll reform it on that, and then yeah, whenever I'm picking up paint, I'll swirl it around. God, this paint is thick. I'll swirl it around a bit on the palette, and that helps me keep my tip. And I don't really ever usually have a problem losing the tip while I'm painting. And if I do, I just like kind of start that process over again. I've never gotten the putting the brush in my mouth thing. That just, like, I know acrylic paint's non-toxic, but I don't need that. For me, I sometimes do it because the towel didn't do the job. So here's what I'll say about that is, in my experience, if I'm doing it on a dry section of a paper towel, I will have a lot more issues. But if I've got a damp section of the paper towel, because it'll still wick away any excess water. That works a lot better. So like if your paper towel is like a little damp whenever you're using it, that's what works for me to help keep it. And then I'm very ginger with how I actually pick up my. But yeah, that's just me. I don't, because Miniac does that. Like he's been painting for like, I think he's like 25 years at this point. And he does the licking the paintbrush thing. I've never been able to understand that. It just, yeah, it's just not something I can see enough reason. No. Like that's why I wanted to ask. I want other people's opinions. Like if it's to keep the tip, like I understand wanting to keep a sharp tip. I do. I really do. Like I really hate that my synthetics are incapable of keeping a good tip. But as far as like I said, like licking the brush, it's just not. It's not for me, man. The Citadel water pot has grooves for the brush to tip again. Yeah, I saw that. And you can also like kind of use them as an agitator to help get pigment off your brush. Like if you go like on the side of it in the water. Like I've seen that. I don't like the Citadel water pot. I've never actually taken the time to buy it. But I have just a couple of like little coffee pots or little coffee cups that I use. Like I keep 2 different water pots on my desk at a time. So like I've got, well, technically 3 different sources of water. So I've got my usual rinse cup, which you can't see, but it's just off camera. I've got my usual rinse cup that I use to just get paint off. I've got my squirt bottle that I use to refresh my palette water, which I know y'all have seen me use that. And then I have a third cup that I use specifically for like cleaning my brushes with soap, because I don't want to mix my soap water with my paint. I don't have a reason behind that. I don't have like a practical reason why I do that. But it is something that I do, is to use a different source of water for my soap than I do to rinse my paint. But yeah, I've got, like I said, I've got 2 actual water cups over here. That's okay. So I have this version, and who has the other version? Do you have the other version? Yeah, you have the other version. Yeah, the traditional way looks better. I'll have to make that change on these guys. So I tried doing this this version of plasma coils a couple of different ways. So one way that I've got it done is I'm using the darker color as the base, like I did with this one. I've used it as the very bottom layer, and then layered up, going brighter from there. And then I have this version of doing the plasma coils, where I used the bright color as the bottom layer, and then shaded down from there, because in my mind it made more sense for the gun to be hotter at the core than it is on the coils. So I was trying to give the illusion of having the core be the hot point, but looking at these, that it looks better, the traditional way of going with the The shadow color is the very bottom. Not the shadow color, but the lesser the bottom layers be dark, being darker. It ends up looking better that way, in my opinion. You're a 4/4, so right? Am I being stupid right now? Hold on. You're quartered like you're striped like you're halved. Your shoulders and arms, and you're the way that the sergeant's gonna. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I guess I just space these guys out too. Yeah. I guess I just spaced them out too. But let's continue getting the plasma effects in place. I'm just using my alpha. Oh, yeah, I mean... Like I said, I just have some generic... some generic coffee cups that I got at Tom Thumb. So... But I like them. Like, it's... They work very well for their purpose. I've seen some of those super extra water pots that have started coming out, where it's like, oh yeah, you like dip down your brush in this one particular spot, and because of that, it rinses away the water for you, and yeah, it's like it rinses away the water for you, so that you always have fresh water. And I looked at it and I went, that seems really absurd. That's too much going on for freaking water. Oh, I haven't done the vents at all. Oh, I haven't done the vents on most of these guys. Looking at them, God damn it. Sorry, it's just a little annoying to look over and be like, oh yeah, this bullshit again. That's fine. Oh, right out already. Okay. Sorry if the energy has dipped down a bit. I'm both trying to concentrate and not pass out. Okay. First bit of the vents done. Did I do? No, I didn't. Okay. Let's color. Need another drink. That I promptly spilled all over my face. Well, that's uncomfortable. Damn it to hell. Sorry, luckily it's warm in the apartment today because it's hot outside, so my air conditioner can't keep up with the heat in my home. So being soaking wet's not terrible, but it is annoying. I'm sorry. My entire chest is covered in water. All right, let's press on. Because that definitely woke me up a bit. I am slightly angry at myself. Not applying the way I want this to apply. No, the water is not wet. My person is wet. The water has caused me to be wet. Water itself is not wet. We've been over this. My face is wet. My eyes are slightly irritated because my water splashed up into them. And my beard is holding water, so that's also a fun feeling. Okay, you one of my shitty ones? Yeah, you're one of the ones that I did a bad job on. I'm so incredibly annoyed right now. I'm sorry. I'm really annoyed with myself for doing that. It's quite embarrassing. Probably well deserved. I've probably done something to deserve that happening. I know not what it was, but I know that it happened. I did a really bad job with these plasma coils the last time. Apparently the paint got real thick. And these coils aren't showing well. Okay. And this. So for those of you who have been here for a while, and those of you who are newcomers, the anticipation is that with the number of followers we've gained this stream, we will be able to do affiliate next stream. Like next stream, we should have affiliate activated. Is there anything that you would like to see from us once that ability is enabled? Like, are there any? I'm very curious. Like, we wanna put on things like sound alerts and things like that. I want to know what kind of stuff that y'all want to have access to for stream interaction. I know a lot of people just sit and lurk, and that's fine. You're just as welcome, just as valuable. But I would like to know if there's anything particular people want to see. That's all stuff that's valuable information to know what to prioritize. Like I said, we want to do as much as possible, but I want to know what to prioritize. It seems like chat point redemptions like hydrate and such. Yeah, no. That's a definite thing that's going to happen. We're gonna have a hydrate. We're gonna have one that's just checkers. We're gonna have probably a couple other things that make sense for this particular stream that are, I don't know if I would say unique to me, but definitely things that apply. And yeah, so yeah, like chat point redemptions are gonna be are definitely gonna be a thing, 100%. And that list is already in the works. I guarantee you that Rain already has a list. Rain has left the room, so they can't confirm any of that, but I can guarantee that Rain has already started a list with things with which to torment. But yeah, that's definitely one. Is there anything else that you can think of that you might like to see that would potentially drive you to engage? Because engage, I don't know. Like, I know you've heard this from other creators, but engagement is kind of the thing that drives the channels forward, that like helps us grow, helps us do all that kind of stuff. The more you guys engage, the more that the algorithm will push us in front of other people, and potentially help with the growth. I obviously want to grow. I want to grow at a reasonable rate, which y'all have far exceeded the rate that I initially thought that I was going to be able to grow on this platform. And I appreciate every bit of that. And I do want to do that for other creators as well. That's why now that I am able to raid, I do want to try raiding every single stream if at all possible. So again, if you want to start throwing down names in the chat there for who to potentially raid today, have to help a fellow nerd, right? Yeah, exactly. You gotta, like, the only reason I have had the level of growth that I have is because other people have raided me. Because people like AC took the time to, whenever he was ending his stream, he sent a bunch of people this way at the end of the stream and raided. And that took me from 8 followers to 22 followers in about 30 seconds. So, like, the potential that has is outstanding. And there's regulars here in the chat that came from that stream, which was like, that was my 3rd stream. This is my 11th. I still have people who come back from that because somehow I managed to be engaging enough to keep people coming back. Maybe because I never shut up, but I don't know. So yeah, like I always want to. I know I'm small, but I want to help. I'd love to help anybody grow, even if they're already bigger than me. I love the idea of helping somebody else grow their following. Yeah, I guess. I'm always about helping other people. I like to believe in people. I know that that is a naive outlook on life. I know that's rife for abuse, so I am guarded in certain respects. Tavern Keeper is helpful. He is making Viv's background graphic, I think. Whittle Goblin has her 3-year anniversary stream. Oh, okay. That's probably a good one to go for then. 3-year anniversary. Wow, that's insane. Like, I'm a month in, and I can't believe I've made it as long as I have. Of course, the last time I tried being a content creator, I went for a year. I produced 450 videos, and I never broke 20 followers. But that was all over on YouTube, and you know it's real hard to get traction there. That was back when I was in school as well. She made her own vampire-themed game and promoted it at DepCon. Oh, that's awesome! I came here 2 hours ago, so you were doing something right. Hey, man! Like I said, I want to engage with my audience. I want to talk to you guys. I've probably said that 100 times on every stream. My biggest thing is I want to talk to the community. I want to chat with people. I want to speak directly with you, have conversations. Like the only reason the Discord even got made was because it was just an additional place where we could talk while I'm offline. It also gives me the freedom because like I try to run my schedule as every other day at 2:30 p.m. local time, and there was a couple of days there where I did come on and stream, but I couldn't talk because I was sick, and I would have liked to have announced that before the stream, and I wasn't able to. Whereas now I can announce out to who wants to take the time to join the Discord. It's like, hey, I am going to be streaming, but I might not be able to talk. Or like the other day on Thursday, like I said, we were having real bad storms, and it's like, hey guys, I am streaming, but I may lose power in the middle of the stream because of the storm. So like I want to be able to inform people of like what may or may not be going on. And yeah, I wanna reach out, and I want to be a part of other communities. I want to have a relationship with other creators if at all possible. Like if I can have a relationship with big creators, that would be amazing. Not even sort of in the plan. I'm not planning on having a relationship with big creators anytime soon. I would like to. I've thought about applying to certain VTuber agencies. 22 bases cleaned for the Space Marine board game Termagants Rippers. 22 bases cleaned for the Space Marine board game Termagants / Rippers. What? I know that's in reference to something that's been said, but I don't understand. My brain is fried. I cleaned the base. Oh, okay. I got you. I'm sorry. My brain is burnt right now. I don't know why. I should not be feeling the way that I am. But that's how things are going right now. So I may misunderstand very easily. And I apologize for that. Just sharing what I got. No. I get it, brother. That's not the right blue. Like I'm a little upset with myself, honestly, right now about these Marines, because I need to figure out what my basing scheme is going to be, because it's going to be the scheme for the entire army. And I'm very partial to doing desert bases. Like I like desert bases. But right now I'm there's there's a creator on my mini factory that makes some really cool 3D printable desert bases. They're toppers at that, like they're base toppers. So you can just pluck them right down on top of the bases that you already have, just glue them on and paint them. And I love that. And I'm wanting to do them, but I don't know that I can afford the STL right now. And so if I can't afford the STL right now, that means I'm going to have to either set these aside, which I don't have any problem doing. I don't have any problem setting these guys aside and so that they can wait on their bases. Or I can see what else can be done. Because right now, the plan is, because like I said, I found a way. That's why I have some armies unbased and sit in stasis. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't... there's a good chance that's what's going to end up happening with these guys. Is I'm not going to get them based. And I'm going to be upset with myself about that. But anyways, the biggest plan as far as like a money spend goes right now is doing something about the camera. Want to definitely get something that has better focus, something that is more zoomed in so you can see more of the model rather than like my whole setup here. I want y'all to be able to see more of what I'm doing. Time for me to take a shower, so be right back. And if I don't catch you later, then have a good evening. All right, man. You have a good one. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. Since I spilled my water all over myself, I'm feeling like I can go for longer because I'm very much more awake now. Like I said, very annoyed with myself that I spilled my water all over myself. This dude's gun is cocked weird. Yeah, like I have a camera in mind. I have my DSLR that I intend on hooking up. My issue that I've been running into is I don't have a way of keeping it powered for long enough to do a stream. Like I can keep it powered for like an hour or two, but not long enough to do a full stream. And but we found a way to take care of that. We found a way to get it to go for the full length of the stream. It's gonna cost a little bit of money, and then I also need the cable to run from the camera itself to my computer. Did I forget to do the vents? I forgot to do the vents. Yeah, there's the cable that goes from the camera to the computer so that I can actually use the image. And then I'm going to have to do a lot of fighting with OBS because OBS hates me. So something y'all didn't see, like right before stream, I was getting, like OBS, like basically got stuck in a crash loop. I was started up and I was trying to put my little chat window. I was trying to dock it to the side of the program, and every time that I would do that, the program would crash. I have no idea why it was doing that or what would even sort of cause those kind of issues. But it just got stuck in this crash loop. And I was really worried that I was going to be able to start on time. I managed to get it to behave literally 1 minute before schedule said it was time to go. So there was a little bit of a stopgap there that had to get solved before I could go live today. So I know whenever I change my camera, because I'll probably switch this one over to be my avatar camera once I get my artwork done for that. I'll switch the camera I have over to being my avatar camera. Shouldn't be any issues there, but I want to have a better content camera so you guys can get a better look at what I'm doing. You can see, be able to see my mistakes, be able to see my successes, all those kinds of things a little bit better. And I want to have that done before I get started on the skin tone project, which I think I can do. We have an idea of a thing that we can make that happen. So it might be 1 or 2 more streams where you're seeing like this camera, and then after that we might be able to get a better one going that has some better image quality, that I can zoom in, and I can do an optical zoom rather than a digital zoom. So like you won't be losing any of that clarity due to zooming in, which is definitely something that I want. So yeah, so that's that's a current thing that's in the works to make the stream better. We're working on some badges. We're getting ready to talk to some people about giving y'all some emotes, since I'll be able to finally upload those. Changing up my alerts so that those are a bit more custom and unique. And yeah, I may even give y'all just a flat out TTS where you can type in, you can like use channel points or bits or whatever, and type in messages that then get read out. I'll ask y'all to be civil if I do enable that, but it's kind of a whatever situation there. Yeah, that's the current in the works. Hopefully that all goes well. Like I said, I'm about done with these Marines. We've got the sergeant coming up, and I need like, the only reason like I'm taking the time and sitting here and doing all these plasma effects right now is because I did not want to start him with an hour or less to go, because I do want a little more. I do want to do a little bit more prep with the sergeant before I get him going on stream. I just want to get just a little bit more prep work done so that he turns out well. And then like I said, I wanna print out some bases. I've found the bases that I want. I actually have to spend the money on the STL and then get them printed. And once all that's done, these guys will be good to go. So these guys, they might not get finished immediately, but if we do get them all finished up, even if they're not based, I'm gonna take some photos to at least share on the Discord. I might not share them on Instagram like I have with all my other stuff, because I do want to have like fully complete models for Instagram. But as far as like sharing the completion level with you guys, with the Discord, like I said, I will most likely find a way to post those regardless. So yeah. That was a long period of me talking about nothing, wasn't it? Like, I didn't really say anything there. There were words, but I didn't really say anything. I should really think before I go on any kind of long-winded bullshit. Okay. Scroll. I'm gonna search that up real quick. Give me just a second. I'm gonna search something over on this over here. Okay, refresh. That's the Warhammer channel. Don't care. Oh, hey, I'm in the top row. What the fuck? Okay, you said two different names. You said Tavern Keeper and Whittle Goblin. And I'm not seeing either of those people, so they're not in the category. So let's go and search individual names. Red Fox Gaming, Whittle is in just chatting at the moment. Tavern Keeper Miniatures. I don't see Tavern Keeper Miniatures. Oh, there he is. Okay. He's right above me. Okay. My bad. And then that one there. So, okay. Oh, you are loud.
Look what I got for when you want it.
I'm sorry. And 8 hours. Ooh, 8 hours in already. I don't know. That might not be the one, because that's really late into the stream. Red Fox, where the hell did you come from? Multiple streams open? Yeah, I don't typically have multiple streams open, but okay. Yeah, Willow Goblin's already 8 hours into her stream. That's fine. That's fine. We can probably. It's an anniversary stream. I can justify doing that. No, I understand. I'm sneaky. Like, see, that's the thing. Is like I haven't seen you this entire time. Like, this is your first time chatting. 12 plus hours. Oh my god. I am not prepared for 12-hour streams. One day in the probably not too distant future, I will be doing I'll be probably doing 8-hour streams. But I don't know about 12. Oh, that worked out really well. That worked out really well. So, because yeah, we're approaching. I'm not gonna go just yet. I just wanted to have something prepped for whenever we get there. But yeah, have a little chat bubble over your project, dude. That makes them talk. Well, you know, I try to get people in here and talking. Like I said, I've never seen Red Fox. I've never even seen you listed in my chat. Like you must be a new if you're even still here. 'Cause I have never seen your name in my list. I mean, there you are. But yeah, this is my first time ever seeing you actually in my actual chat, which I appreciate you being here. I love new people. Yep, I'm new, just checking out fellow hobbyists. Like I said, I love it, man. PTS is usually a redeemed feature where you choose a voiceover for the subject. Yeah. There will be, like I said, I'm gonna probably add in a TTS. That'll probably be one of the first things that I add in. It'll probably be a TTS that y'all can interact with, and I'll be very happy to do that for you. Because like I said, whatever interaction I can get, I appreciate. It does help me push through some of these longer. Well, I can't say longer streams. Help me push through some of these later nights. And this is not a late night, but I am just starting out, so. Which paint did I just grab? Okay, sorry. I would freak myself out there for a second. Like I said, I love interacting with you guys. It's so much fun to chat, despite how trolly some of you guys can get. Or like Ghost Talks, you've definitely figured out how to push the right buttons. Even though you're one of the more infrequent, like you're usually here, you're just one of the less vocal ones. But you've definitely figured out how to get me going about things. I don't know how you're so good at it.
Walmart, you go to Walmart. My mail sub goes for whatever I desire. Nice. As you should.
Right.
Welcome home, Crazy.
Hard to type when I scrape. That
Jackie's gonna. You guys are new friend. Jackie's gonna go to bed too.
that message can have so many connotations, sir.
Good night, Jackie.
But I understand. No, I get it. Like, I know you're doing stuff. When I'm sitting in other people's chats, I'm usually sitting here painting it as well, and it's definitely challenging to actively chat and be doing something. I totally get it. That is too thin. Okay. No, like I said, I get you, man. It's just phrasing. Oh, the most romantic way to tell other hobbyists that you have a knife. You don't necessarily need a knife to do mold line scraping. You could be using a mold line scraper if you believe in those. I personally do not, but that doesn't mean that you don't. I'm old line scraper. Yeah, I've got a little shitty one that's like this big. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I got a little shitty one that's about this big. That came with like I got like a set of Space Marines. Like also came with their paint and a couple of tools. Like way back when. And yeah, it came with this little shitty scraper, and I tried using it, and I tried giving it a handle, and I hated it. So yeah, I usually use the back of a knife.
Oh my gosh, wait, that was so cute. Just animate a little picture of Archie. I feel like this.
But it works for some things. I guess so. I mean, because of the like the long tip that it has, you can sometimes get into some of the more intricate spots.
I'm gonna say,
Like the harder to reach areas. I still have your volume too loud, girl. 'Cause I can still actively hear you.
5 minutes of clips.
And if I can hear you, I know OBS can hear you, and if OBS can hear you, everybody else can. I don't want to get flagged for someone else's stream. Sorry, this is me going on about nothing. Okay. Yeah, she was at 4% on mine. So I was hearing her come through. Like, it was mostly when she was getting a little bit louder. But I dropped her down to 2%. I'm not hearing her anymore, at least not over my own soundtrack. That doesn't mean she's not coming through. I'm getting very little. I'm getting very little from my desktop audio, so I can't on my readout. So we'll deal with that later. We're coming towards the. I think I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish these plasma effects on these 9, and then I'm gonna call it. I need a little bit more of the royal blue. I need a little more water. A little bit more water to get that going. But yeah, I think like I said, I think I'm gonna finish the plasma effects. I got 4 guys left to do the plasma effects for. And then we'll call the stream after that, which I did start on these quite a while ago. I think it was at least half an hour ago that I started doing these. So this is taking me longer than I expected it to. Not a lot longer. I think it's just because I'm having to redo it on a couple of the guys because I ended up not liking how I did a lot of their plasma effects because I did try, like I said, I tried doing it from the brightest at the low point because I wanted to make it look more like, oh yeah, the core is what's going to be brighter because that's the hotter point. Yeah, no, it looks bad. So yeah, just gonna move past that. Back over here. Gotta get it. I want to keep it under the camera. I'm also gonna have to figure out whenever I do get the other setup done. I am gonna have to figure out where to consistently hold my miniatures so that they show up on screen, so that they show up in the right spot. Because that's definitely going to be a problem. Because I know I have a tendency of, like, being over here because my body is kind of shifted that way, and I need to be more centered. Frame over here. So yeah, Just trying to make that work out. Which it looks like my viewer count is plummeting. Probably because I've talked about ending, even though I'm not ending yet. That's definitely my fault. That's definitely my fault. Nothing can be done about that. I should just keep my mouth shut about my plans until I'm actually ready to commit to them. That would be the smarter approach. I am liking how these guys are turning out. Like, I'm liking the uniqueness of, like, the multiple patterns. But still having that same color scheme, homogeny, the same weapon loadouts, all that kind of stuff. Like, they're all their own guy, but at the same time they're all one unit. That's definitely a nice thing to see. I'm making that worse. I'm making that so much worse. I need to stop fucking with it. Work on other aspects. Oh, that didn't work out quite right. Try again. A little bit lighter touch. A little bit lighter touch. Try not to get this down in the recesses. I don't want this, and I'm doing it again. Getting it down in the recesses. Lighter touch. Oh, we need to thin that paint a little. Now we need to thin that paint a little so I can tap it to the model without sinking it down into the recesses. There we go. That looks decent. A little bit more water. That down. Oh, that's a much better. Yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. A little bit more. Some more water to thin this one down because it's also pretty thick. Oh, someone else I follow just went on live, and that is absolutely not somebody that I'm going to raid y'all to. Even I barely watched that stream, but not working out quite the way I want it to. That one's a little too thin. But that's fine. Okay, yeah, a little too thin, but I can work with it. Now this side looked bad anyways. Yeah, I think I just got the first layer of paint too thick on that one. Like, not the first layer I just did, the first layer I did a couple of days ago. No, I like that one. That one's already done. That one I did in the correct way. This one's not done. What's up, Hellman? Welcome back. My day's been pretty decent. This morning was a little rough, but I got through that. For the most part, today's been a pretty good day. I had this strong urge to not leave the house. I don't have any explanation for that because I usually want to get out and I usually want to do things. But today I really didn't. My neighbors were kind of being assholes today though. So I do live in an apartment. And well, I say I live in an apartment. I live in like a pseudo townhome. My downstairs neighbors, for whatever reason, kept going in and out of their apartment, and every time that they did, they were slamming the door as hard as they could. And because of that, it was shaking the whole fucking building. And I just could not fathom what was going on. And so at one point, I stepped out because we heard what we thought was a woman crying or screaming or something like that. We weren't really positive. But we heard something that sounded like a woman crying. And so I stepped out the front door. And when I did that, my next door neighbor stepped out to take their dogs out. So I was like, "Hey, are you guys hearing everything that's going on?" And as I did that, so I started talking. I was like the whole building is shaking, yada yada yada. And as I was saying that, I think my downstairs neighbor walked out and heard me say that. And so they were then for the rest of the day trying their damnedest to not make any noise. I think they realize that all of their neighbors know what's going on with them when they do shit like that. What new Marvel game? I have no idea what you're talking about. Marvel Rivals? I'm not aware of that one. I don't pay much attention to a lot of Marvel games though. Like, I know they've got some good ones that they've released, but I just haven't paid any attention to them. I actually haven't played really any video games in about a month. Actually, a little over a month. Which I need to log into Warcraft before my guild kicks me out. Definitely going to be a massive comparator to Overwatch 2. I think the one that needs to be compared to right now is probably either Valorant or Counter-Strike 2. But I think Valorant's a game that more people need to be watching for. Because it's doing a lot better than Overwatch is. No, I understand. I understand what you mean. But yeah, like I said, I think the one to try to compete with is Valo and not Overwatch because Valo is doing far more successful than Overwatch is, and I think that's just because Overwatch is the same game that it used to be, even though they promised us a single player mode. But I know Overwatch is dead as shit, but still the dev and CEO may try harder. They need to do what they promised. They need to put out a single player mode. Like that's all that they need to do is they need to put out that single player mode. If they would put out that, I think that could revive the game. I mean, we may be at a too little too late kind of situation. But they really need to have that single player mode that you can go in and run a campaign and really, like, it may not be like necessarily learning like all the characters, but like a way to like go in and practice with different characters and learn the game better and learn all the different mechanics that, in a way that's not predatory, because unfortunately when you do go into playing games like Overwatch or Valorant or League of Legends, they get so horribly toxic because people are like, why are you doing so poorly? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Motherfucker, I'm learning. What do you expect from me whenever, like, this is like my third or fourth game? So, like, there needs to be a way that you can go and you can play in a difficult situation. Because playing against bots in like Overwatch doesn't do it. But I think there needs to be that way that people can go in and and like I said, learn all the different characters in a safe way that aren't going to have people just assaulting them constantly. That they can then move over into doing the actual intention of the game and not have to worry about anything. And a lot of people would pull the plug on Overwatch. I mean, like, I have Overwatch 2, and like I said, I of what I've played, it's just the original game with... It's just the original game, like, that's it. Like, there was no reason to call it 2 or to sell it as something new, because it's just the original with broken promises. Yeah, that is an option. I don't think I think it still makes enough money that that they can still justify keeping the servers open. I mean, like, they may start pulling people off of it, like developers and artists and whatnot, because you don't need a whole lot for that right now, unless you do plan on putting like new content in, which most of the content they put in is like skins and shit. Personally, my favorite game died in 2018. What would that be? Maybe 2019. Okay, but what was it? What was the game? Oh, the original. Yeah. No, like Overwatch 2 killed it because, like I said, because it's essentially the same with broken promises. Like, that's it. Like, they just it's the same game with broken promises, and because those promises were broken, is what drives people away. And it's really sad. It's really unfortunate. I liked Overwatch. I used to stream Overwatch. That was a holiday tradition I had for a few years. Was I would hop on and I would stream Overwatch. I didn't do it on this channel. Don't go looking for that. But yeah, that was something that I used to do, was to stream Overwatch. I wasn't any good at it. I did a few one-on-ones and got lucky. I never did any kind of rated battle or anything like that, because I definitely was not good enough for rated. But I got on and I had some fun. No, legit killed it because they took off a server. Well, yeah, no, I understand your meaning, brother. And it is a shame, because there's a lot of... What's up, DJ? It is really a shame that that's happening more and more with games, where they decide they want to shut the servers down. And so those games are gone forever. Unless, like, you can manage to get, like, fan servers up somehow. Which I know some people are doing, but I know, like, well, what is it? The Crew that just got pulled offline, and they won't release the server code for people to make their own servers. Am I going to be full stupid mode and do some Storm Surge next and not the Norm Emissary? It's up to you, man. Whatever you decide you were going to do. Is not how I want this to look. This paint is getting way too thick way too quickly. Would be an interesting one to paint. Yeah, would be. It's all up to you whether or not you put yourself through that, though. Yeah, I know that there's some movements going on right now to do some game preservation for those games that are like eternally online or online for no reason. That gives us some sort of offline play so that people can buy it and own it and play it even after the developer decides they want to stop supporting it. Like, I don't think that just because a developer decides they want to stop supporting something that it should just disappear. And I already have an idea for the gun. Oh, do you? What's your idea for the gun, DJ? Ooh. Ooh, you be careful. I am on the precipice of making a big mistake. Yeah, that you see it slowly recharging before they can fire again. Oh, okay. Yeah. That'd be cool. That would be really cool, actually. On. All right. That's why I said full stupid mode. Hey, it's only stupid if you feel it is. Otherwise, it's just what you want to do. You can do your models in whatever order you want, with whatever effects you want. Totally up to you. Unless, like, you promised somebody that you would get some work done. Then it's stupid. Because you promised you'd get some work done. I try not to do that. And I want to make it so that you can see that the energy is coming from the bottom, slowly going to the gun. Okay, yeah. No, I get you. Yeah. Sounds very interesting. Sounds very interesting indeed. I would like to see that. But it is up to you whether or not you put that effort in, or whether or not you work on something else first. I don't see any reason to not do it, or to not work on something else. I legitimately, I don't see any reason why you can't do one or the other. Before I do that. Try to get without doing exactly what I just did. Yep. Yep, I deserve that. So well. Was doing so well. Finished so poorly. Alright, that's the plasma effects done on those. Like one of those trickle charger kind of idea. Yeah, no, I understand, man. It's great. It sounds really cool. Like I said, I would love to see it. So when you get that going, by all means, post it in the Discord. I would love to see how that progresses. Yeah. Yeah, you do need to worry about the ones you're currently working on first. Who are you? There you. Okay, so your brothers are together, you two, yeah, you're together, you two, yeah, you go together, you two, yeah, you two go together. Okay. Alright, so all the plasma effects are done. All painted up. I think I'm ready to get started on the sergeant. Like I said, I want to do a little bit more prep work on him before I actually stream me working on him. So I'm gonna call the stream there. We're gonna raid. Is she still live? Yeah, we're gonna raid Whittle Goblin. She's apparently doing her 3-year anniversary stream according to Ghost and according to her title. So yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over there. If I can find my raid button, there it is. And we're gonna. There it is. All right. All right, gentlemen, it's been great. I've had a lot of fun chatting with y'all. So I'm going to be streaming again on, what is today? Saturday. I'm going to be streaming again on Monday. Same time as I always do. I hope to see y'all there, and y'all have a good one. And what is... Oh, okay. It's got to charge everything up. I'm sorry. I've only done this one other time. There we go.